Order. Hi, everybody. Just want to look at the first. All right, so we got 45 people from our town participating, which is terrific. I want to wish everybody Happy New Year. Welcome to the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee meeting. I think we're going to have a great meeting tonight. A lot of interesting discussion and great opportunity to learn about the fire safety issues. Before we get going, I just want to review the oral communications instructions. So persons wishing to address the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee on any subject not on the agenda may do so now. Please know, however, that the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee is not able to undertake extended discussion or action tonight on items not on the agenda. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes per person.
Question, I'm new to this, but do we need to take a formal roll or does that matter? I don't know.
Yes, I would like to take the roll call through the chair if we could do that before we go on.
Go for it.
Jeff Alves. Amy Armsby.
Present.
Sue Crane.
Present.
Sarah Doherty.
Present.
Eric Doyle. Bill Kelly.
Present.
Ann Koff-Sill.
Hi, I'm here. I'm going to disconnect from this device and join on another, but I'll be here.
Thank you. Andrew Pierce.
Present.
Al Sill.
Here.
Nicholas Targ. Bob Turcott.
Here.
Janie Ward.
Here.
Sarah Wernikoff.
Here.
Helen Walter. I think I saw Helen. Yeah.
Did you hear me?
No, I can now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And Chair Jocelyn Swisher.
Here.
Great, thank you.
All right, thanks, Bob, for the reminder. I was rolling forward. All right. I think before we get on to the first presentation, I wanted to just review the Housing Element Committee's charge, values, and approach to decorum and public comment. I think, Adrian, you're going to kindly put up the document that we came up with. So this is agreements that we made as a committee. I thought with the new year, we haven't been together for a while. It'd be good just to quickly review them. So the committee's charge, the town council is given the direction to set up this ad hoc housing element committee. And our goal is to develop a housing element that complies with state law, plans for the town's assigned regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA or RENA, and will be certified by Housing and Community Development, HCD. The housing element is, we want one that reflects town values and goals, and also incorporates the best possible planning for safety considerations. All right, and then we agreed on our values as a committee, and we had 4 that we agreed on. We want to support diversity, equity, and inclusivity in our town. We want a family-friendly community. We're planning for housing that's mindful of Portola Valley's rural character. And we want to uphold the town's safety considerations. So we'll be getting into an aspect of that tonight, of course. And then the last bit is the committee decorum, and this goes for public comments as well. So we've got five items here under decorum. We really appreciate it if everybody can listen and be curious. We want everyone to assume positive intent. We want to respect differences, maintain orderly discussion. And the last thing is seek consensus as a committee over time to get to our goal. So thanks a lot for letting me just review that. I'd like to introduce our first speaker. We're very lucky to have Susan Hartman here with us tonight.
I'm sorry, through the chair.
Yes,
We do need to do the oral communications, members of the public,
I did do that.
on items that are not on the agenda.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so anybody in the public that wants to offer comment before we get going with the meeting for items that are not on the agenda, please go now.
So anyone that wishes to speak, raise your hand in Zoom. If you want to make any oral communications. I do see one up, and that's Dana.
Okay,
Dylan, if you could allow Dana to come into the conversation, that would be great.
Mute. Hi, just quick am I unmuted?
Yes,
Okay, quick question. It seems like in other committee meetings, we can see who's in attendance. And I just wondering if there was a consensus in this committee not to do that for this group. Thank you.
so I'm not participating in other committee meetings. I don't know what to compare it to. Doesn't Laura or somebody, do you want to just comment?
this is the same format that we used for town council, planning commission, and ASCC meetings. Some of the other committee meetings do have a different format that they follow that's called a meeting as opposed to a webinar. So what you see on the screen does vary between those different types of meetings.
So this is a webinar.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I guess
we
Rita.
have-
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Rita Gomez.
Hi, thank you for having this important meeting in our town. Like other meetings, thank you, Dana, for mentioning something about the format. If someone can, Laura or someone can just have next to their name, someone that we can see, or if you can every half hour say how many residents are in attendance. I know just mentioned that there were 45 or 50, but if we could know that would be very helpful, because if we were all in the schoolhouse, we could actually see who's in the room. And perhaps now we're not able to see the names of the people in the room and the faces of the people in the room, but it would be nice to see how many of our fellow residents are participating, since in the last town council meeting, it was mentioned a few times about how the residents should attend this meeting. And I would like information that we can see or hear to reflect how many residents are actually attending this meeting today.
For the chair, can I make a comment? Rita, just as we've had in all of our council meetings, you can see there's one of the panels here that says meeting attendees 39. So it's been up there since the start of the meeting, as is always the case in the council meetings.
We can't always see that, and I have mine so that I can see all the panels that are available, including the ones where there's no photo, and I'm unable to see it. And after the meeting last week, there were several other people that mentioned to me that they were unable to see it. So thank you.
All right, so we have 40 attendees from the town participating. Okay, Karen Askey, I see your hands up. Karen, are you able to go?
Yeah, thanks. I just got unmuted. This is my first meeting. I'm excited to be here and to listen. And I wanted to bring up something about one of the goals. When we think of equity, in my mind, many times we think of income levels or race. But as we're thinking about this housing element and where we put 253 new homes, I also kind of hope that the committee can look at equity in terms of how do we make this fair among our residents and our neighborhoods, and to perhaps be able to share the wealth among neighborhoods and not have one or two particular neighborhoods carry the majority of the load. So I just hope that you can think about equity in that manner, which is just being fair and impartial, and hopefully looking at just dividing the wealth. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Glad that you're participating. Thanks for being here. Okay. Mac Irvin, you have your hand up. You want to make a comment? Matt, can you go?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Mac Irvin, a first-time attendee of a meeting of this committee, immediate past president at Portola Valley Ranch, current chairman of the Fire Risk Management Committee. I'm very pleased to see Zeke Lunder presenting this afternoon. I subscribed to his site in the midst of the Calder fire when we had a very personal interest in potential damage. And I think he's level-headed, very experienced, and I very much look forward to his contribution and salute the committee for getting someone of his caliber to join the conversation. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Okay, last hand up, Ellen Vernazza.
Yeah, I just, for just a moment, we were able to see all the people that are attending the meeting, and then it disappeared. And this is my first meeting too, that I'm attending. So is there any way of getting that screen back up?
I think you may be seeing the committee members.
Well, that's okay. I mean, even if we could see, and that way we might see the screen showing, how many members or how many town people are here. There, yeah, that's better. Yeah, so now we can see that there's 40 people here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Christy Corley.
Yes, thank you for taking my comment. I am wondering if this committee could consider, as we add housing to Portola Valley, that people at a larger distance get noticed. So rather than, I don't know if it's 200, it all depends, but a lot of cities are using 1,000 feet. And I think we should reconsider the distance that neighbors get noticed as lots split in this city, in this town. The more people who are informed and not surprised, I think is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. All right. Looks like we're through the questions or comments today. All right. So now we're going to get into our first presentation. So again, we have Susan Hartman here tonight. We're very lucky to have her. Susan is the Community Development Director for the town of Paradise, located in Northern California. As you probably remember, sadly, on November 8th, 2018, 95% of the town of Paradise was destroyed by the Camp Fire, which was the most destructive wildfire in California history. Working at the organization in finance, wastewater, engineering, building, and planning during her 28-year career with the town of Paradise, Susan is helping to facilitate the rebuild of a resilient and fire-safe community through upgraded building and zoning standards. Susan, we welcome you. We look forward to hearing your presentation.
I'm sorry, just as a matter of personal preference, can people please mute their line? There's a lot of feedback that we're getting.
Good. Thank you so much for having me. Tonight I was just hoping for the opportunity just to share with the committee members and the town residents just what the town of Paradise's process was leading up to our housing element update. We just submitted ours to HCD today to start that first 90-day review period. So we've been working very hard since 2019 to kind of get all of our building and zoning development regs updated to support the regional housing needs allocation number, the RENA number. For the town, we were allocated about 7,100 units, all but about 350 were rebuilds. In a normal RHNA period, we'd have maybe between 1,500 and 2,000 in our for our housing allocations normally. So this is what we went through, and understanding that every town, every jurisdiction is a little different. So what worked for us may not translate directly, but it might trigger some, just some ideas to think about and some out of the box ways to help just move forward with wildfire resiliency, just recognizing how prevalent these wildfires keep popping up in the state. And so that was our goal, is to have a housing element that was really focused on creating wildfire safe housing opportunities. So with that, I've got a PowerPoint, and let's see. I'm going to share the screen first, and then there we go. So that should show the presentation. So this evening, what I wanted to share was just what were the projects the town undertook to get started with our housing element, what were the goals of those projects, and then where are we at thus far with those outcomes. So for the background of Paradise, we were an old gold mining town. That's how we started out, and we incorporated in 1979. And at that point, almost 70% of the town was already built out. So that's a lot of inherited development and roads that we had already. By 2011, when the new wildland urban interface building requirements came into play, and all of Paradise is in a very high fire severity zone. Since 2011, we'd only built 205 homes to those WUI standards. But amazingly, the year of the fire, 75 of the 81 homes we had in construction actually made it through. And then in 2018, losing so much of our housing stock to the Camp Fire. So immediately after, we connected with Urban Design Associates, and they worked with us to do a community recovery plan. And this was our long-term recovery plan about different town-led and partner-led projects. And some of those projects included an updated general plan. Our last one was from 1994. But in reality, up until the time of the fire, it was really still accurate. There were so many goals we had not been able to accomplish yet that we still wanted. Our population was still within about 200 people from when we first adopted it. And then the other was to also update our building standards to improve fire resiliency where and if we could beyond WUI. So to meet the objectives of that long-term community plan, we started with 3 different updates. The first were building codes. In 2019, we knew that the new building codes were coming into play by end of year for us to adopt. So we took that opportunity to do a lot of public engagement about were there building code changes that the community supported and wanted to see above and beyond WUI, because we could get those adopted at the same time we were updating the building codes. Then after building, then we moved over to zoning, and that's where we also had feedback from the community about housing sizes. We never had a minimum primary residence size. The community voted that yes, they would like that now, and also about manufactured housing. Paradise, I've learned, is a little unique to other jurisdictions in that about 1/3 of our housing was manufactured. And a lot of that was just older mobile homes. So this was about making those units newer when they were rebuilt. And then finally, once we had building and zoning code updates that could support our RHNA allocations, then we were ready to move into the housing element update. And with that, we wanted to include a new focus on fire resiliency, which we'd never had in a housing element before. So our first project was the building code updates. This is where we did community engagement meetings, both at a local church that could house more people and our council chambers as well. And there's a picture on the bottom left. These are what we call dot exercises. So we had billboards up all over the room for people to walk by and look at, and they were staffed by staff members to help explain them. And participants all had red and green stickers so they could let us know which ones they liked, which ones they didn't. And we continued this online also for those who'd been displaced and couldn't come back to participate. We also engaged with industry experts because while some of these seem like great ideas on the surface, we found out some just didn't have support from those who specialize in these kind of activities. And that's very good to know. So we engaged with NIST, who was actually doing a post-fire report on the campfire, CAL FIRE, Insurance Institute, as well as Wildfire Planning International. And so with all that information, we finally went to council and were able to go through all of these recommendations, show the council which items the public supported, which ones had the industry expert support. And then on this slide, we show whether or not our council actually moved forward with adoption of those. And then some of them I highlighted here were about, so detached accessory structures, your sheds, your garages, when they're detached and over 50 feet away, they don't necessarily have to be built to WUI standards, but this was something that the industry experts and town staff really supported about making any detached accessory structure built to WUI, because that's where you tend to store some of your flammables out there. So if there's a way to maybe help the building not to catch on fire as quickly, that would be great. So that one's been very successful in its rollout. Another one, Paradise had a rail line going through it that had been abandoned decades ago. And Pacific Railroad just let anybody who wanted come pick up the railroad ties and bring them home for landscaping purposes. And those railroad ties will burn for days. They're just creosote soaked. So this was really important to us and the public who supported it to make sure we didn't use those again in the future. Defensible space. So while there's fire code that talks about it, we wanted to adopt it locally in our own municipal code. We do have a program where we have inspectors go out town-wide every year, starting in the spring, and looking for defensible space compliance. So making sure the weeds are cut down, limbs are trimmed back. It's a really robust program to undertake, but it's something we know we need to do. And so we actually adopted that locally in the municipal code. A 5-foot fire break. This was also really important to us because with one of the fire reports that came out after the fire, they cited our prevalent use of wood fences as one of the reasons that the fire was carried relatively easy from house to house to house. So even if you were compliant with defensible space, once the wood fences caught fire, they just kept traveling. So we now prohibit the use of combustible fencing material within 5 feet of the houses. And I understand Paradise is in a unique situation where we're able to apply this to 95% of our housing once it's all rebuilt, and that's not the case for every jurisdiction, but just to start somewhere. This one we were really passionate about. And then underground utilities. Most of Paradise had above ground power poles, a lot of which burned and fell during the fire, blocking some of our escape routes. And so this too was very important to the public and to the town to work to get the utility lines underground so that should we have to do a mass evacuation again, falling utility lines, will be, at least will not be a hindrance. So the second project we did was the zoning code updates. One that I spoke about earlier, manufactured homes. HCD allows jurisdictions to restrict the age of manufactured homes. We can't do brand new, but we can require that they be no older than 10 years from date of manufacture. So we did that. And by doing it this way, it was more likely to ensure that the manufactured homes coming in were actually built to WUI, because that's also an HCD requirement, and not retrofitted to WUI, because those are two different standards when you look at what's required. And that was important to us, that they were built to WUI from the very beginning. And then the other was about the primary residence sites. And this was more about protecting existing home values in neighborhoods. There was some concern from residents about the potential establishment of tiny homes on just residential lots and maybe kind of taking over neighborhoods. It never came to fruition even before we got this adopted, but this does set now a primary dwelling size for us, just mainly, like I said, for the protection of property values in a neighborhood. And then the last project we undertook was the housing element update, because we're due June of this year to get ours certified. And so what our goal was, by this summer, that we'd have a housing element that includes the goals, policies, and programs relative to fire resistant rebuild and reflective of our current housing needs for not only the displaced population, but this influx of first-time residents. We're to a place right now where we can tell 50% of our rebuild permits are for investors. They're not the original owners anymore. And so it also lets us know we have to be very diligent about our educational campaign for defensible space, as well as, all of our building codes surrounding fire resistant buildings. So this is some residents' first time being introduced to these kind of things. And then also we wanted a housing element that had successful goals, policies, and programs so that those would be available to be shared with other jurisdictions that are in fire hazard areas as well, or that have been impacted by wildfires. So our outcomes to date. So for us, we're very excited to have our first housing element that actually includes a whole section to wildfire resiliency. And some of those programs that we have listed are about identifying areas that are of the highest hazard. We're surrounded on both the east and west side by canyons. And so partnering with, for us, the Parks and Rec District, because this is a program they're working on too, about trying to identify a wildfire risk reduction buffer area, and then figuring out either ways to prohibit building in those areas or incentivize development in other areas. Because while they have beautiful views, we also know the wildfire concerns of those areas too. And then also looking to increase our residential densities along the main arterials as another means to encourage people to build in areas that have more service and are easier to evacuate. We want to work with the local insurance companies about our home hardening programs and vegetation management, find out if there's anything that we could adopt or help support that would actually lower the rates for the homeowner policies in this area. And then also encourage and assist in acquiring those high hazard parcels for open space, primarily along those canyons. So some lessons learned between the fire and now. I think one of our most successful decisions was when we put out the RFP for the housing element was to include that we wanted an emphasis on fire resiliency. And that's how Deer Creek Resources were involved with our housing element as well. They're well known in this area. So that was definitely a gold star when we saw that project come through. Things that we wish that we started pre-fire, the non-combustible fencing, knowing now what we wish we'd known then, it's possible that the fire may have spread slower if there wasn't so many combustibles for it to consume. Also, for us, as an old jurisdiction, the majority of our lots were created by deed and had meets and bounds descriptions. They weren't created by subdivisions and parcel maps. So when you have even just a whole neighborhood of destruction, it was hard to identify properties post-fire. And the building code authorizes the use of surveys as part of a building permit submittal. And so we wish we had used that authority earlier, but we're getting them all surveyed now. Also, we wish earlier we prohibited the use of the railroad ties. Nobody sees something like this happening, but now that we know, we wish we'd done that sooner. And then also we really support and wish sooner that we required the accessory buildings that required a permit to be WUI compliant. It just makes sense when you're sticking them full of combustibles. And those were the big points I wanted to share. And I just wanted to open it up to any questions if there are any. And I'll stop.
Thank you, Susan.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I guess we'll do questions from the committee first. Anybody, just raise your virtual hand. All right, I've got Helen. Why don't you go ahead?
Thanks for the great presentation. That was super, super helpful. A couple of things I want to clarify. By manufactured homes, those are different than the prefabs that are very in vogue right now. Is that correct?
Correct. So modular and manufactured get confused all the time because they're both factory built housing. Manufactured is just the newer term for mobile homes. Modular is the same building code as a stick built home. It's either just panelized in a factory or like a whole room built and brought on site, but it's exactly built to stick built standards.
Great, thanks. Just wanted to clarify that. You also had something about 750 square feet, but I didn't follow that. Could you clarify that aspect, please?
Yeah, that was, we previously had no minimum standards for your primary residential structure. So some of the residents' concern was that people would come back to rebuild and only build a 250 square foot home, which building code would allow. So it was that discussion about, do you want to set a minimum? And if so, we gave a range of sizes. And the 750 ended up getting settled on because at the time, it was before the state ADU laws changed to require larger square footages for ADUs. So we used to have a 750. So if you could find a floor plan that was spot on 750 and built it, you had the potential later on to convert that to your ADU and then maybe build a larger primary later.
Got it.
And then it all changed and none of that mattered.
Right. Okay. What about, you also had something about accessory buildings that wasn't clear to me?
So accessory buildings are just garages, shops, sheds, right? Those are very popular here as detached units in the back, and building code, if they're set far enough back from your building, does not require you build them to wildland urban interface, even if you're in a fire hazard zone. So locally, we have an ordinance that says no matter if it's 100 feet away, it's built to WUI.
Okay,
it's just
great.
the smaller ones that are exempt from a building permit, 120 or square feet or less. As long as they're 30 feet back, then they don't have to be built to it.
Great.
But anything closer.
That makes sense. Okay, thanks. And then I also, you might have gone through it, I might have just missed it. The canyon area you said that you guys are buying, what what square footage or acreage, what are you guys aiming for that perimeter boundary?
So our recreation and park district, which is separate from the town, has been working with another organization to help identify key parcels, mainly on our East Canyon, that if we were able to pick those up, either ourselves or Parks and Rec, and have the ability then to maintain defensible space on it, the modeling projections of potentially, the reduction in wildfire risk blowing into town because that canyon has such high winds. And so we're not in escrow for anything right now, but that's what we're trying to partner with Parks and Rec and support their efforts, that if we can identify strategic pieces here and there,
right,
and then try to find out funding to pick them up.
And then are you guys aiming for at the top of the canyon, I would take it?
Yeah, actually, if I recall correctly, and Zeke could correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm sure he's familiar with these, I believe it was up towards the top of the canyon seemed to make the biggest impact.
Right, okay.
When they ran those models, and you could just see how reduced potentially the fire spread would be.
Thank you, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Helen. Okay, Anne, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you, Susan. I'm just so sorry for your tragedy, but you're so generous to share. I feel like you're exactly the kind of person that many of us would like to talk to. So thank you. One topic in our town is the separation demanded between structures, both on a property, like if you have a garage or a accessory dwelling unit or an art studio, and then also between neighbors. Did you consider minimum separation distances And if so, what distances did you consider and what did you end up deciding on?
So we do know that with the Board of Forestry regs that came out in July of 2021, there was definitely some separation requirements between structures, or the potential for the local jurisdiction to come up with some mitigation measures. And we haven't moved forward yet with addressing any kind of new setbacks in our zoning ordinance yet for newly created parcels. But we did meet with reps from Board of Forestry explaining that, you know, the average width size of our already existing parcels just didn't accommodate that. That's just our situation. And so trying to come up with mitigation measures in lieu of, and that's what the 5-foot fire break around the property with non-combustibles, that gets us there. It's so hard. You know, I understand when the houses are already built and already there to make that happen. We're in this unique position where 95% of what we're building will comply with it, because we're making sure with each build. And it's easier to do enforcement on because we know exactly which houses made it through the fire and which didn't. So it was, there was never a point where they could say, I put it in before those regs changed. No, pretty much everything post-fire had to comply. So we just know, and we're just, we're in a unique position to be able to enforce it on the majority of the town. As they
Right, so you're saying on enforcement of the materials and this.
Materials and on the 5-foot,
and the 5-foot and using that instead of.
Yeah, the non-combustible. So all the building inspectors, when they're going out to do their finals, they're checking, making sure that, about flammable vegetation, that it's cleared out. They do defensible space checks throughout the process of rebuilding. They're making sure that any fences on site, no combustible fences are being located within 5 foot of the structure. We won't sign it off.
Okay, that's great to know. Then my second question is, it startled me when you said the minimum size is now going to be 750 square feet and that the residents approve that. I kind of felt like in our discussion on RENA, we're trying to make more affordable housing. So we're actually trying to figure out how we can make housing that might be usable that's smaller instead of kind of gigantic things. This feels almost contradictory that you put in a minimum when you were doing your RENA.
Right. It was only for the primary house. So ADUs can still be as small as building code lets them be. So very close to 200 square feet. Same with properties that are zoned multifamily or commercial and have multifamily. None of those are considered primary dwellings. So they can all be smaller.
I see. Okay.
Just for the first house in on a single family lot.
No, that's interesting. And then my last question is, I think you said that 50% of the maybe building permits are from new people that did not previously live in Paradise and investors. That shocked me at first. The common wisdom is, oh, a place burned down, nobody lived there. I can see that the previous residents might want to because it's their community and where they lived and loved. It is shocking to me that many new people might be coming in. Is that really what you said? And can you?
Yeah, much to our surprise, we were tracking because if you were a resident that was rebuilding for a while, we had some grant money to help pay for your building permits. We had to track who was who. And by the time the grant ran out, we were right at 50-50. But we've always served as a bedroom community. That's what we do. We provide housing. We have a very small commercial sector. So most of the people on the hill, they have to, they go somewhere else to work. And there's just such a housing shortage in the county as a whole.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Great. Thank you, Ann. Okay, next up, Jeff Alfs. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for bearing with us. This is a really great presentation. A few questions. You mentioned you mentioned defensible space now as part of your building code. Does your defensible space requirement, is it comparable to what's in chapter 7A, or is it something different?
It's a section that's in the public resource code, but what we did locally was previously it had talked about, cutting down weeds and branches, but it was at the discretion of the fire chief. So basically, until you got a letter from us saying you weren't in compliance, there wasn't really any desire for people to maintain it. So we changed it so that everybody has to comply. You don't wait for the letter from us. to say you're in non-compliance. It pertains to everyone. And we sent out mailers the first year, did a big educational campaign that boots would be on ground May 1st. Be ready.
Okay.
To get people used to that mentality.
Got it. Thank you.
Mhm.
And then I think you answered this, but I just want to clarify. You said that accessory structures under 120 square feet either have to be 30 feet from the house or more from the primary house, or if it's not possible, they have to be built to WUI, so they're
Got it.
fire resistant fire. Okay, thank you. And then oh, when you're buying the properties along the canyons, is that eminent domain you're using, or is that some other? I mean, is it just a voluntary sale?
No,
What-
we would. Our council has never expressed interest to do eminent domain, so I think we would work as hard as possible to purchase at market rate.
Okay. And then I'm just curious, why is your housing element due in June as opposed to January 1st?
How interesting. So our whole county, we're all on the same cycle together, and all of ours are due June of 2022. For whatever reason, that's Butte County's renewal dates.
Interesting. Didn't know that. Okay, that's all I've got for the moment. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, Andrew Pierce, go ahead.
I was curious about the 200 new homes that had such a high survival rate that you mentioned. Was that because of, I occurred to me there might be three different factors. One would be just they were luckily built in an area that was spared for the most part, or number two, they were sited better than the older homes, or number three, they were just more fire resistant than the other homes. Has there been any kind of study or research on why the survival rate was so high in such a disastrous event?
The best that we can ascertain is that for Paradise, at least, we didn't see a lot of new construction unless it was tied to a fairly newly recorded subdivision map. So you're right, some of these homes were just in these neighborhood clusters and they were newer neighborhoods, but that also meant that the landscaping just wasn't as big and mature as some of these, 80, 90-year-old neighborhoods. And the lots, more of the new subdivisions tended to have larger lots because the town, since it's a corporation, has just required larger lots for lot splitting than the older ones. So it just gave them a bigger buffer between homes naturally.
Are you done, Andrew?
Yeah.
Okay, terrific. Sarah, hi, why don't you go?
Hi there. Susan, thank you very much for presenting to us tonight. Really appreciate it. I was also struck to hear of the people who are moving to Paradise, which I guess does speak to the severe housing shortage that we have in California. New residents and current residents, they're finding that it's difficult to get insurance under this in this situation, or how is that panning out for people as they insure their properties? What can you tell us about how that's going?
So insurance policies are still being written on the Ridge. They're just more expensive, for sure. Some of the coworkers I have here, they pay probably double what I pay down in Chico. Neighboring when I'm not in a wildfire risk area. So it's almost that difference between, some of the amenities in town and just the cost of living in town is less than some of our surrounding more urban areas. So it's take and give about, are you willing to pay a little bit more on your homeowners' policy to live here, but knowing just the general cost of living up here is less. The house rebuilding costs are less, the land costs are less. And the ROI on that might just be so quick that it's worth it to people.
Right, that's the trade-off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Sarah. Bob, you're up.
Thank you, Susan, for the presentation, and also Jeremy and Laura for arranging this excellent panel today. I had a couple questions. One, in your presentation, you showed a chart that you used to help make decisions on various approaches. And one of the columns was industry expert support. And I was wondering what that was.
So all of the building code changes that we had presented to the public and got their feedback on, we then went back to these industry experts, you know, with CAL FIRE, with NIST, who had done, which is a federal organization that had done the post-Camp Fire study, as well as an insurance and another wildfire group, just to get their feedback on some of them. So an example was one of the building code options given to the public was about extending the eaves off of the home. And the idea being that leaf accumulation and such on the roof would blow away further from your home and not accumulate right against the sides. Makes sense in theory. That's when the fire experts came back and said, no, you don't want these larger eaves, because as the fire is coming up the wall, it's like almost getting trapped under those eaves. And it was just, when you have planners, I'm guilty of this, identifying some of these building code measures, we may not understand all the nuances from these other disciplines. And so it was really great to get some feedback, and that really helped drive and give more information to the council about, this is why we thought it was a good idea, but the feedback from the experts, there's these other unintended consequences we didn't realize.
Thank you. That makes sense. I've sat in on some meetings that involve people that are, develop regulations and codes, and you know, the industry representation there is often, you know, the wood industry, et cetera. And so I think it can be very challenging. So I'm happy to hear who your experts were.
Yes.
I was surprised what you'd said about power poles catching fire and falling during the fire, and that compromising potential for evacuation. I was wondering if there were other surprises like that, particularly with respect to evacuation.
The other, not necessarily a surprise, but a difficulty for us, because we're such an old town that, you know, we inherited from unincorporated areas. There was a lot of roads, and it's still the case today, that didn't have curb gutter sidewalk. So it's paved surface down into a ditch. And that makes it difficult also to get number of people out, especially when you're doing contraflow on your evacuation. So you're taking all the lanes of travel and you're pushing everybody in the same direction and trying to use a center turn lane as a lane also. And you got people right on the edge. So it's just about, you know, I'm sure we knew it, but just recognizing how that played into it. So we're doing a master transportation study right now, identifying these key arterials that maybe we need to widen the right-of-way widths and find the funding to push out the asphalt. Maybe we need larger lanes of travel based on the kind of, you know, vehicles and equipment that was trying to get moved out. Because you have people with, you know, animal trailers, other kind of trailers trying to save their stuff, and 3 lanes wide may not accommodate that well when all you have are ditches.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you. CAL FIRE has safety regulations for very high fire hazard severity zones, as you alluded to, and you mentioned the challenge of the 30-foot setback that they require. Another one is road widths of 20 feet to allow ingress of a emergency vehicle, a fire truck, and egress of a civilian vehicle, 20 feet. I was wondering, in your as you move forward after the fire, were there road widths that you had to correct for that, and what was that approach like? I measured some in our area. They're as narrow as 14.5 feet, with culverts immediately at the border, as you just described.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if that was an issue for you.
So the reality is that not all recorded easements have actually been improved to their full widths that they show on paper. So that's been part of the difficulty too, is that even if, especially for private roads, on paper, they may show them as wide enough to meet the requirement, but the neighbors actually built it that wide because maybe they were getting by with something smaller. Right now, it hasn't come up as an issue for us. All of our adopted road standards already met the minimum requirements. It's getting to a point where we're far enough in this rebuild to really take a look at the private roads and maybe having to do private road inspections to see, are there some where the owners had just not been maintaining it to the level they should have been, and taking more
Okay.
proactive stance in enforcing that. Because the private road owners also have a lawsuit in with PG&E that they're waiting for payout on. It's my understanding it was approved, but they haven't received the funding yet, as with the rest of the residents. And so we're hopeful that there'll be an opportunity soon that these private roads will have some roadway work done to them, probably for the first time in decades.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, I was interested in the property purchases that you do, the market rate purchases. I was wondering if you could comment on the funding for that. Where do those funds come from?
Right now, we've been very lucky with post-fire disaster grant money that's been available. So that's what we would go after, is that, you know, for especially through FEMA, there's hazard mitigation funding that's available. So looking at those opportunities, is there one of those bucket of funds that's something like this that would help mitigate future disasters that this would be eligible for? We've got, boy, I think we submitted at least a dozen projects post-fire. One was, you know, getting grant funds to do home hardening on existing homes that made it through the fire, but maybe weren't built to WUI. Could we get some grant funds to help them get there post-fire? There was a bunch of different projects they were willing to fund. And so we're hopeful that'd be one of them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, well, tonight we're lucky to have Fire Marshal from Woodside Fire Protection District, Don Bullard. He's going to be presenting in a little bit, but you have your hand up. So go ahead, Don.
I had a question for you on your enforcement piece. You talked about how the property owners didn't have to wait for notification of a violation for their defensible space and veg management. I'm just curious, how do you manage that? Because our residents and our property owners here are responsible for taking care of their defensible space and their veg management, but there's a number of them, even when they get the violation, they still don't want to do it. So I'm just curious how that's being managed.
No, you're right. We still run into that problem, even if it's on the book. So the difference would be that because we have it, that it's applicable to everybody, and we set the standards for how much you have to clear, and we have a break at, I believe it's 1.5 acres or less. You do defensible space on the entire thing, you know, down to the 4 inches and all that kind of business. If you're over, you do a 30-foot swath along your property line. That's the difference in the two. But because we adopted it, that it's applicable to everyone right off the bat. If we wanted to, because it's in our health and safety ordinance, we could just cite on first violation. This first go around, we still did courtesy notices of non-compliance to try to get them there. And it certainly helped bump up that compliance rate, but we still have hundreds that are non-compliant that we're having to go ultimately through abatement, but we'll go to court and get permission then to use funding, which the council's already authorized, for us to have private contractors go in there and clear it and then leave the property.
Who's funding? Who's funding that?
We got our settlement from PG&E. So they're front loading it with some of the PG&E settlement funds.
I see. And so on 1.25 acres, everything has to be cut down to the 4 inches.
Yes.
And then if you're bigger than 1.25 acres, you still have to do your 1.25 acres down to the 4 inches.
Oh, I'm sorry,
but
no,
then,
it was 1.5 acres. And if you're above it, you just do a 30-foot swath around the perimeter. That's the part that has to meet the defensible space requirements.
and not around the house itself?
Yes, still around the house.
Still around the house.
For us
Okay,
right now,
that makes
we're
sense, yeah.
running
Okay.
into just vacant lot issues, right? Because the majority of the lots are still vacant.
Yeah.
But what we did adopt that's going to be in effect April 1st of this year, because our council was pushing for it, was with every property transfer, whether it's developed or not, they have to get defensible space clearance through our fire protection fire prevention office. So they'll have to apply for it. We go out and inspect it. that's what was, there were still a lot of title transfers happening and the defensible space wasn't being taken care of. And there's such a lag to find out who the new owners are that we were just having difficulty tracking them down. So now we're working with the title companies, with the board of realtors, so they know what the requirements are, and they'll have to clear every escrow through us now.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Don. Okay, I think the last question from our committee is Sarah Wernikoff. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. This has been really, really helpful. And I just have really, the way you've explained the information has been great. One of my only remaining question, because I think a bunch of them have already been answered, actually is perhaps more to Laura related to Susan's presentation. When Susan says built to WUI, what does that really mean relative to our building codes? And is that similar to the most recent home hardening code ordinance that was passed? And if not, how is it different? What does really meaning built to WUI really mean, I guess?
Most of the time when people say that it's built to WUI, they're talking about it being built to Chapter 7A of the building code. So Susan's shaking her head, that's what she means. So different communities use different language to describe it. So those are equivalent. So that would be equivalent to what the town has had in place since approximately 2009. Our most recent building code amendments that were adopted by the council in December and just went into effect are actually more stringent than the WUI standards that Susan is referring to, more stringent than Chapter 7A.
Great, thank you.
Great, good question. Okay, I think that's it for the committee. We're gonna now go to the attendees from town, and I see a couple hands up. So Mac Irvin, go ahead. Mac?
Yes, I had to double push the unmute. I wanted to ask or follow up on a statement made about working with the insurance companies, and it's two questions. Was it insurance companies or was it an insurance trade group? And there's a pre and post issue with Paradise. I'm sorry to be so blunt about it. And so after a disaster like the one you faced, there's a lot of attention paid. And so my question for you is insurance companies or a trade association, and how did that conversation go? Thank you.
Thanks, Max. So we still have that as a potential policy in the housing element. We've done some preliminary conversations early, but not with the insurance companies themselves. And the idea would be that we'd meet with the local broker firms that are still writing policies here to help find out, through them and through the, the companies that they represent, what could be done to help lower rates. What we've been doing since the fire, the town manager, town council is working also with the state insurance commissioner, just to make sure that insurance was still a possibility on the ridge. And so far, like I said, we've been able to still have insurance companies writing policies up here, but we're also looking at other options if there's more of a, joint powers kind of situation for insurance or something in these kind of areas. We're just exploring those options, but it's still pretty early on for us.
Oh, sorry. All right. Thank you, Mac. Rusty Day, you're up next.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Ms. Hartman. This is extremely informative. We really appreciate it. I think you mentioned that Paradise is entirely within a very high fire hazard severity zone. And has the town adopted an ordinance designating the town as a very high fire hazard severity zone?
We did. It's in the preamble of our building code ordinance.
And as a result, the state minimum fire safe development regulations apply from the Board of Forestry, right, throughout the town?
Correct.
And under those regulations, if you do a new subdevelopment, if you do a new tentative map in a subdevelopment, that subdevelopment has to comply with those regulations, right?
I'd have to look more through them, but yes, you are correct. It does list new subdivisions, new parcel maps.
So when you do new subdivisions and developments in town, you're ensuring that in those developments, you have a 30-foot setback as the regulations require. So you're making larger lot sizes to ensure that you have the defensible space for those buildings. Is that right?
That's what we will be doing. So concurrently with our housing element, because it's also out of date, our safety element is going as well, because they won't certify one if the other is not up to date. So in the safety element, we talk about needing to make the updates to our municipal code to comply with the Board of Forestry regs.
Okay.
So-
And then for the existing lots where you're not doing a new subdivision, it's not a new development, you're dealing with existing lots. If those lots can't provide a 30-foot setback because the lots were originally too small apart, then you just follow the mitigation procedures in the state regulations, right? The state regulations allow you to come up with a mitigating alternative, right?
You are correct.
Thank you.
All right, great. Next we'll go to Karen. Is that Karen Askey? Karen?
This is Karen Batra. Hi.
Sorry, hi.
Hi, Susan. I just had a question about insurance. And can you specify what kind of insurance you're getting? Is that retail? Is that brokerage? Is that admitted, non-admitted, surplus, or is that through the FAIR plan?
I am so sorry. I don't have the specifics to that. I haven't, for those who are these are residential rebuilds who are getting their homeowners policies renewed or new ones written for them. And those never cross my desk. So I don't have that information for you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's it'd be quite interesting because if it was just retail, then it would be reasonably affordable. But if it's going into the surplus market or the fair market, that would be just a different order of magnitude. So
I will see if I can't track that information down and at least forward it to my contacts here.
that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Susan, for that help. Okay, just as an update for everybody, we've got now 46 attendees from the town. Christy Corley, you're up. Go ahead, Christy.
Thank you. I have 3 questions, and I'll just say them all and then you can answer. And thank you for your presentation. You're so open and just forthright, and I really appreciate it. How many neighborhood meetings did you offer to your residents? How long did they last? What was the attendance? Was it Zoom or in person? That's my first one. How did your evacuation plan change and improve after the fire? What have you created? Have you sent evacuation plans home to every resident? We have 1,800 residents, households approximately. And then I do have a real question on, I know a lot of the town burned, but then Tubbs Fire had to take water trucks because the pump system and pressure did not work to go uphill. What did you run into as far as pressure and fire hydrants and them working during the fire or not working during the fire? Can you describe that? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so for our neighborhood and community meetings, in 2019, we were doing them monthly, first Wednesday of every month, and we'd have them at the church because that could house the most people. And they were really well attended for anybody who, had relocated, at least in the county, who could come back for those evenings. So I would guess between 150, 200 people per meeting, which is a lot for us. Or a normal council meeting, maybe we get 12 people. So this was a big deal for us. And then when we started advertising these building changes through our consultants, we had special meetings just for that, and that got even more activity. So I'd say we were closer in the 250, 300 for those. And we ran those, gosh, I think 3 meetings that were relative just to those building and zoning code updates, where we were doing the dot exercises, where we kind of sat down in little groups and we talked about what is it about Paradise that we really liked and we'd like to see come back. What are some opportunities for the town now? Those kind of things. For the so we did it every month in 2019, and then starting 2020, because of COVID and stuff, we started doing Facebook live meetings instead, but we went down to every quarter, and that's what we're doing right now, is just quarterly, just topics of interest and stuff. For evacuation plan changes, this is a great point. Pre-fire, we had 26,000 people, and we would periodically send out flyers to everybody that was know your zone, right? It was really important that everybody was familiar with what their evacuation zone area and number were, because it was very common to have fires every year. So we want to make sure you were familiar, and also just familiarize yourself with the road routes that you would be taking and showing all that information. We have not sent one out post-fire because of the master transportation plan still being in process and identifying any either new or altered evacuation routes that we need to solidify first. But once that's done, which will be this year, then we can update those flyers and resend them out again so that people know. And then also about the pressure and the fire hydrants, as the houses started burning, that's what was losing pressure to the system. So you're right, in some areas then fire hydrants came offline, and there's still that way today as the water district still works to make fixes. We've got the mains fixed, but they're kind of waiting house by house to redo the laterals. But that was an issue. As the houses burned, then we lost pressure in the system, and that's what also brought in the contamination, was the materials from the burning house being sucked back in to the mains. Though I couldn't give you an exact number for, you know, how many hydrants went offline or anything like that. But yes, that was an issue.
All right, thank you very much. Karen Askey, I see your hand. Go ahead, Karen.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, thank you very much, Susan. This has been incredibly informative, and I'm very impressed with the amount of community involvement you had in putting together your new plans. So kudos to you on that. And that was one of my questions. So I'll move on. I have a very basic question, one just of curiosity on when you say 50% of the rebuilding is by new investors. Of course, the word investors pops to mind and makes me wonder if you have a breakdown on how many of those are really going to make it their primary residence, how many is it a second home, because so many people in California are now buying second homes, and how many is just true investment property. Do you have a sense of that yet?
We're finally getting to a place right now where we're seeing repetitive names over and over and over, and their mailing information is still closer to the Roseville area. That's in Citrus Heights. That's actually where we're seeing a fairly high contingency of these investors buying property here. And so far, talking with the building inspectors, almost all of them are just flips. There's building it and selling it, and nothing's on the market very long up here.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. That's interesting. And then my
yeah.
Karen, I think you muted yourself.
Oh, there you go.
I didn't. Somebody. Okay. Hi. The question's for Laura. I would be interested in seeing a map, a Portola Valley map that might be able to show us the road widths, because I know you have some. There are building exclusions if you have a narrow road and you have one point of ingress egress. Do we have something like that in Portola Valley that we can look at to kind of see which communities would be excluded from building?
We don't have that information currently that's up to date. We have spotty information. So some of that work is exactly the types of things that we're looking at for evacuation studies and the work that's going on both for the safety element and then the separate evacuation study. So I don't have the details of that in front of me, but that's the kind of information that we're looking for.
Would I be able to tell in my neighborhood? I mean, how would I be able to find out if in my neighborhood, my house, my lot is excluded or not excluded? How do we figure that out? You know, or the road width, is there, or I guess maybe when would the town be able to have something more definitive?
If I understand what you're asking for, some of that information will be coming out just in the next few months as part of the evacuation work that we're doing. It may not be exactly that, but we could talk about it offline, Karen, and I could understand your concern better, and I can bring that back to the group and make that part of the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, sorry to interrupt, but we do, I mean, we actually do know, like, we know that certain parts of the Highlands, and for example, I know that Campo Road just down the hill from me is less than 18 feet. So we actually do have information about road width that we used to set up the ADU exclusion area and the SB9 exclusion areas. Is that correct, Laura?
Yes, we know some of them. We just don't have the complete map of all of town. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. Okay.
I want to go to Sarah Wernickoff.
Susan, back to community involvement. You know, there's been a lot of dialogue in our town about, you know, communication and transparency, and we're working hard to try and address that. You mentioned that you had monthly meetings. Was that part of a housing element committee? Did you have a housing element committee, or was that kind of the group that addressed these issues? Because that's the meeting, for instance, that we're in today with our housing element committee.
We actually don't have a housing element committee. It's just me working directly with the consultants. But for those community meetings, it was almost in lieu of having town council meetings. We still had those, but we really didn't have a lot of day-to-day business to take care of. This was all about focusing on the rebuild. So we were able to kind of dedicate, you know, this one evening a month to really get some feedback from the residents. We just wanted them to be really involved and committed to, you know, anything that we adopted moving forward, because that was going to make it, that's really the only thing that was going to make it successful, is if they bought in, you know, at the beginning, got to have their input, and there was some amazing ideas. It's impressive. Everybody's just personal experiences in life, the places they've been, things that they've seen that they could bring to the table versus, you know, those of us like myself that don't leave the hill that often. And it was just great to get some of that feedback.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, going back to the questions from the town participants. Ronald Eastman, go ahead.
Hi, Susan. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed listening to your presentation. So one of the things that was, I think the NIST study identified the top three factors that they listed as that created impediments to evacuation were utility pole fires and vegetation fires and structure fires, structures that are built close to the road. I was just wondering what adaptations to the code were adopted to address that.
Ronald, can you give me that third one? It was utility poles, structure fires, and what was the other?
And vegetation fires.
Oh, vegetation, gotcha. So what we did in response to that was adopting an ordinance that requires all new utility installation to be underground. And not through that ordinance, just through public pressure to do the right thing, PG&E came in of their own volition, said that we're going to come in and do a 5-year program to underground all the lines, because they had to come put temporary poles up to at least get us running. So that's what they're in the midst of right now. Neighborhood by neighborhood is undergrounding everything. But if any new subdivisions came online in the meantime before PG&E got there, now we have the ordinance in place that everything's underground going forward. As far as structure fires, really I think what's going to be helpful is just having, when you have 95% of your homes built, you know, to the wildland urban interface, I think there'll be a marked difference than so much of our housing being from the 40s and 50s. Just the building materials will help with that. And then for the vegetation fire, the adoption of the defensible space ordinance locally and really being robust about how we enforce that. We have 2 full-time inspectors. That's all they do for the majority of the year is parcel by parcel, inspect, inspect, inspect until we can garner compliance or we go to court to get it cleared. We're very serious about that. So, you know, those 2 things about the structures, about the vegetation, we were able, you know, to incorporate into ordinance things, and then same with the utility, but it really has the most power because PG&E is coming in and putting their poles underground.
So you didn't require any additional setback from the road for new built structures?
No, we already have a minimum of 50 foot from center line of public roads, 30 foot from center line of private roads.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's all right. You already had it in place then. All right. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go one more from the town here, and then I'll come back to you, Helen. All right. I don't see your name displayed, but phone number 650-6787, and then I can't see it, 7562.
That's okay.
Who's that?
Thank you so much. Caroline Bertonga.
Go ahead, Caroline.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Susan, thank you so much, not only for this presentation, but for all the work that you have done within your community after the fires. My question is, what about pre-fire? Perhaps I can elaborate and say, you know, Portola Valley had a housing element and we had a whole bunch of safety elements. And over the last, I would say 5 years, we have raised concerns, especially about wildfire and, you know, the fire hydrants, the water pressure. Is this something that you had, and can you elaborate, or did it only come up after the fire? Thank you.
Carolyn, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. Are you talking about vegetation fire just in general and how we're enforcing that? And did you say tree fires?
Prior to the fires,
okay.
See, we have a housing element already. We have a whole handbook with all guidelines. And so this was established in 2015 with the anticipation that there would be change. Of course, we didn't anticipate it SB 9, but we knew there was going to be a growth. And so over the last definitely 4 years, we have been raising concerns because people kept on building, and there were some things that were not be retrofitted or would be adjusted. For instance, you know, the power lines, and we had also the infrastructure. We were concerned about water. We had issues with the fire hydrants, with the roads too, that the emergency vehicles couldn't come in. So a lot of community members have raised that question, and then unfortunately nothing was done. So is that a similar scenario that you guys had pre-fire?
Honestly, not as much, no. And I think part of that is because every year we had fires in the area, and we were fortunate enough that even those that got close, and we'd lost some homes, I think 2007 or 2008 on the south end of town, but it wasn't that many. It was just, this was a scenario that nobody could possibly ever envisioned. And honestly, I get it. If year after year you have fires come up, and you know, you aren't impacted by much damage, you start to get a little cocky about it. And so for those neighborhoods that we had to evacuate, there was enough road width and evacuation routes to get them out, because nobody just ever foresaw the need to do the whole town within an hour. And so we were able to evacuate when we needed. We had the water pressures, we had, you know, the water infrastructure was there. the road widths and the evacuation routes were there for the neighborhoods that we would evacuate when we did. It just was never meant for this, and we didn't see it coming. So no, we didn't raise flags up that high pre-fire because we, thankfully managed to get through all the fires the previous, years since incorporation unscathed.
Thank you. Okay, all right, we're gonna go to committee member Helen Walter. Go ahead.
A couple more questions based on what you've said. Due to the water pressure, are you under water constraints due to the drought? And if so, are you down to 55 gallons per person for safety and welfare, or are you at a different level? It sounded more like the mains got impacted due to the fire. Can I just clarify that?
Oh, absolutely. So we are not in water conservation mode right now. We are in please use the water, because we have more water than residents to take it, and we don't want it sitting stagnant in the lines. So please use the water. Someday we'll get back there. And it's even in years of severe drought, we'd have to do a little water a percentage of rationing, but the town residents were always willing and able to do it.
All right.
Great. I have a couple of questions more. Thanks. How much percentage wise for Town of Paradise were you guys single family versus multifamily?
Oh, you're right. Primarily single family.
Okay.
We also had a pretty large contingency of mobile home parks. So a third of our housing was manufactured homes, and half of that was just mobile home parks.
Got
So
it.
I still see that as single family, but that was really a lot.
Thanks for clarifying. And in terms of the undergrounding, PG&E here is saying it's about $6 million per mile to underground. I'm assuming that's because of the cost of living in this area, but I'm just curious, is it PG&E that's undergrounding, and what's your cost per mile there, if you're familiar with it?
I don't know how much it's costing them, because they're not, of course, rightfully so, not charging anything to do this. But that's a good question. I bet our engineering department, and again, I can follow up about, like, when we're doing infrastructure improvement, road improvement, I'm sure there's a standard for our area, how much a mile it cost, and they may have heard how much it's costing from PG&E to do this.
And do you guys have heritage tree issues with undergrounding?
We don't. We only had one heritage tree that was lost in the fire.
Great, thank you. Thanks for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take the last two questions here from the community, and then we're going to move on. So let's see. So Ellen Vernazza, go ahead.
Yes. Hi, Susan. Your presentation was just great. I do have a question for the after the fact. Since the fire and there was such devastation, how hard has it been able to get materials and construction workers up there to replace these homes? And I just know after the Santa Rosa fire, it was impossible to get enough workers, and the materials just ran out, and the prices went up so high. So how many homes, or what percentage of the homes do you think after this, 2 years have been replaced yet?
So right now, at the end of 2021, we'd replaced 1,400 homes, just barely over, that actually had C of Os. Put that on top of, I think it was just over 2,000 structures we had standing to, and that's where we're at compared to about the 12,000 we had before the fire. So still, at the beginning of the effort, we anticipated it would be about a 20-year project to get us rebuilt to where we were at time of fire. We're hovering at a population of about 4,500 right now. We were at 26,000 before. To answer your question though about materials, you're absolutely right. We're right next to Chico, which is a much more, urban community, and they build a lot of houses and multifamily all the time. So we're fighting with for materials just like they are. With the Tubbs fire, we had other areas that were being impacted by wildfire rebuild. And in the North State, there's just not as much industrial, in manufacturing happening here. So we're all trying to get trusses from the same place. We're all trying to get lumber from the same place, the same pool of contractors. So what we found is that a lot of our contractors came up from Santa Rosa. It's as if they've kind of, started scaling down on their rebuild. So it was worth it for them to just relocate and invest for however many more years into the future doing our rebuild. We had a couple existing town contractors, but it wasn't the contractors from our nearby towns and cities. That's not who we saw. These were new to us that were relocating here because they knew this was almost like a career-long rebuild they could have up here.
Thank you. Okay, last question from the community. Greg, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, just unmuting. Hey, Greg Franklin. Look, this has been a spectacular presentation, and I just want to thank you, Jocelyn, and Laura, and Sarah, and Jeff, whoever organized this kind of opportunity to, calibrate against other communities' issues like we're facing. So my question for you, Susan, is how involved and or engaged have your state elected representatives been, your assembly person, your senator? How actively involved have they been in helping Paradise address this fire safety issue and rehabilitation, and also, meeting your RENA obligations, given the challenges of these kinds of fire safety issues?
Thank you. So our RENA numbers, there's two facets to them. One is just providing the area for those homes to happen. It doesn't mean we have to build them, but we have to, make allowance, be able to provide for them. Our unique situation was that the majority of our numbers are just rebuild. So all those lots exist, all that infrastructure exists. It's just, they've got to come rebuild it. And so we won't meet the 7,000 units built. That I just don't even think that's humanly possible with the amount of labor and materials that we have available to us, but we'll make some good strides towards it. As far as our local congressional representatives, they have been very involved and very willing to help us and listen when we would come to them with problems, either in terms of getting, I don't want to say exemptions, because that's not always the case, but they would help petition for just different rules, or just the ability for us, for certain things not to apply for us, because we're working so hard towards just the rebuild. We don't necessarily need other state rules, to deal with at the moment. So part of that was work, with the new building codes, with the solar requirements. We're just trying to get people back in homes. We just can't deal with that right now with most of our electrical infrastructure damage. So they helped, get that up through the governor about making amendments to the solar requirements that would impact us. Always willing to listen about any kind of building code changes that might negatively slow us down, and get some feedback on that, or money allocations for things that we need, and help petitioning for that too, for infrastructure repairs, some things that we need to get for public safety services. They've been amazing. I guess much to my surprise, because we never really talked with them before this, but they will pick up the call every time now and are willing to help any way they can. So it's been great.
Wonderful. Okay, well, Susan, we have benefited so much from your sharing your knowledge and experience. You are a force. Paradise is really lucky to have you in your job. And what you've all been through is just unimaginable. I really admire all your resiliency and fortitude, and good luck as you move forward.
Thank you so much. This is, and this is part of what makes it all worth it, is that, we don't live in just a bubble up here. So anything that we've done, any forms, any, ordinances that we can share to the betterment of anybody else, helps, make this whole effort worth it. Absolutely. So thank you for everybody for spending this much time listening.
Thank you so
Susan.
much.
Yes.
All the best. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Well, that was amazing. All right. Well, now I'm going to turn it over to our amazing staff from our town. We've got Laura Russell, Planning and Building Director, Adrian Smith, Senior Planner, who are going to take it away for this next section.
Let me just move things around just a second. Okay, does that screen share look okay to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. So thank you, Chair Swisher. So as the chair mentioned, if anyone doesn't know me, I'm Laura Russell. I'm the Planning and Building Director. So this presentation is going to be quite brief, but we just wanted to review some of the housing element timeline and topics that are coming up, and then touch on the relationship to the safety element process. So here are the main topics that I'm going to go over, what we're talking about in this committee, the timeline for this and the safety element, the prioritization of parts of the safety element process, and then just quickly the community outreach for the safety element so that this group is aware of that. So this, if anyone is new, I know there are quite a few people that are new to this group. This ad hoc housing element committee was appointed by the council specifically for this purpose of developing the housing element. The committee has met 4 times before this last year and covered a range of topics, the agendas, Zoom recordings, and supplemental information. A lot of that is on the website and more is being added all the time. So if you missed some of the earlier meetings, we encourage you, if you're interested, to get up to speed on those by reviewing those materials on the website. Looking ahead, these are some of the important topics that we have coming up at the next couple of meetings of this committee. So on January 31st is a special meeting to continue the momentum that we're developing around this. We're going to be talking specifically about affiliated housing. That's a unique program that the town has. We're going to talk about the current program and areas for either expansion or revision of that, get the committee's feedback and the public feedback on that. We're also going to be talking about the implications of SB 9. So this is a state law that was adopted that's related to lot splits and adding additional units onto single family properties. So the town has adopted an ordinance that is in effect now. So we're going to review that and talk about the potential impact on the housing element update process. This will be the information that we have available to us at the time of that meeting because this is an evolving area. Then on February 22nd, that's another Tuesday due to the holiday on the Monday. We have another important meeting coming up, and that's going to be related to housing sites inventory. So we started talking about this in October, and so the committee will resume that conversation and start talking about new sites for housing, building on some of this information that you're getting tonight related to safety and fire safety in particular. So here's a timeline for the safety element and the housing element. This will be posted on the website, so you don't have to take it all in right now. Don't worry if this is new to you. You can see on the top line is the safety element update. So that's going across from fall of 2021 to what we've already covered through the end of this year and going into next winter and into early 2023. So the safety element process really feeds into the housing element update. So you can see here with the arrows that we've done info gathering and analysis, and that's being used in this month and the next couple of months to inform the housing element update process. We're also going to be taking, as we start to draft policies and programs, feeding that into the housing element update process. You'll see that there's a community meeting. That's that little graphic there with the gray and the people. So that's coming up for the safety element update. And then I just dropped in these empty arrows to demonstrate that as that safety element process continues, we'll continue to feed that information into the housing element committee and into that overall process. So as we were working on the plan for the safety element, we prioritized certain aspects of that work that needed to be completed earlier to be able to feed that into this housing element update committee. So I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail in a moment. So we're going to continue to work through this. It's a very tough timeline that's imposed by the state to be able to complete this. And we've been working with different variables and questions that have been coming at us. So we try to solve the problems as they come up and feed that into the process and keep it moving. I also wanted to note that this is a simplified outline, and so it doesn't specify town committee participation, but there will be town committee participation in this safety element update. So I mentioned we prioritize certain elements of the safety element that we wanted to bring forward, partially at this meeting and at upcoming meetings. So the first big category is data collection and mapping. So we've been working on a range of maps through our different consultants that have specialties in this area, updating for the best available information, data, and maps. So we're well into that exercise and collecting things together. You'll be seeing some of that tonight, and you'll be seeing some of that at future meetings. Obviously, we prioritize fire safety. That's where we're here this evening for this information. You got just a little bit of an introduction to Zeke Lender. He's our expert on this topic. He's a fire safety expert, worked with Paradise in many communities and comes with a lot of respect in that community. So he has prioritized a town tour that he's completed. He's been working on some preliminary mapping that he's going to go through with the committee still this evening. And then we've been working with Woodside Fire Protection District, and the fire marshal is going to talk about some preliminary considerations and early recommendations. So we'll get some feedback from both of those fire safety experts still tonight. And then in regards to evacuation planning, we prioritize this work as well. There's an element of state law that we're meeting in the safety element that has to do with mapping areas that only have one emergency access route. So that work is ongoing and will be shared with the committee soon. We're also working to coordinate that effort with the larger evacuation study that you may be familiar with that the town is undertaking right now with the same consultant, Fair and Peers, which is a well-known transportation consultant. So that is the kind of the summary, the highlights of some of the major things that we've been working on for the safety element and kind of bump them up in the order so that the housing element committee would get the benefit of that analysis and information. So I wanted to just touch briefly because people have been asking as we've been getting ready for this meeting tonight. This is just a very brief overview of the community outreach specific for the safety element. So the town council met on August 22nd, and at that time, staff did not propose a separate committee for the safety element, a separate ad hoc committee like we formed for the housing element committee. And that's because the town has standing committees that are well-versed in these topics. So we're going to be drawing on the expertise of the Wildfire Preparedness Committee, Emergency Preparedness, Geologic Safety, and also there's some elements that overlap with the Sustainability Committee as well. So they're going to have an important role in reviewing elements of the safety element as we develop it. There's also going to be a community-wide meeting that I mentioned. And then the Planning Commission will, of course, hold their meetings on the topic. And then there'll be communications. We'll be setting up a separate e-notification for this and setting up separate web updates. So we do expect the town council to consider the safety element again in February. And at that time, we'll be talking in more detail about the role of the committees in this process. So that's just a brief overview, a little bit of where we've been and where we're going and how this connects to the safety element. So I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Andrew Pierce, go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you for the presentation. I had a couple of questions. I'm a little surprised to see that safety and fire safety are treated as identical. I think it's probably more likely we're all going to get destroyed in an earthquake than a fire, but maybe that's because of where I live. Are we looking at other things besides fires?
Yes, we definitely are. So the state law and the guidance from the state has specific things that we look at in the safety element. We were just highlighting the fire safety aspects of that because there's been a lot of community conversation around it. So it brings geologic safety, flooding, a number of different other areas that are part of the state law and will be considered with the process.
Next question. Is there a state law requirement for a safety element in the general plan? Is that what you're working towards?
Yes, there's a state law requirement for a safety element. The law has changed over the last couple of years to require that safety elements be updated at the same time as housing elements in an effort, we understand, to coordinate those two things together better and to make sure safety elements are updated on a regular basis.
And then who ultimately is in charge of drafting and approving the safety element?
The town council is in charge of adopting the safety element. It's being drafted through a combination of staff and our consultant, Urban Planning Partners, and their sub-consultants, which include fire safety professionals, hazardous materials professionals, transportation professionals, so bringing all those elements together. And then those things will be reviewed through the standing committees of the town, and then ultimately brought to Planning Commission for Planning Commission public hearings and the town council.
And then one last question, how local is this process? In other words, how different would we be from, say, Woodside or Los Altos Hills or whatever in terms of our safety element? Would they be the same or would they be dramatically different?
That's a great question, right? Because safety considerations don't know jurisdictional boundaries. But we're tasked with planning for our own community. So as we're working on this, we are looking for opportunities to collaborate, perhaps on larger mapping efforts and things like that. But at the end of the day, the safety element will be focused primarily on Portola Valley. I would expect it to have a lot of similarities to other similar communities because of the way the state law is written, but it's going to be somewhat different in terms of approach and policies and programs.
Great. Andrew, you finished? Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Laura from our committee? Sue Crane, can you unmute, please?
It's extraordinarily important that we move into this looking into our safety issue, especially because of this petition and so many people saying that they signed the petition because of their concern of fire safety. If we can educate people and get their own input of their fears and their suggestions, I think we can stay headed directly on the housing element committee, this forum that we started, what we're doing on this committee. And unless we keep our eye on the housing element, whether it be the safety issue, whether it be the evacuation, I just feel as though this process is going to take us way off the center line of what we're beginning. And I learned a lot from this Susan. I can't think of her last name. She was so explicit about what was happening in Paradise. And what I keep thinking is, if we're listening to the misfortunes and all that happened in Paradise, now that's post. They're talking to us post of what happened. We are now looking at it with all the benefit of looking at their tragedy, that we are now looking at it in a pre kind of way. And there's so many rocks to unturn here. that I think we just have to allow ourselves to not go offline in people being of the fear factor. And if, as we open up to the subject of the relevant things that we have to talk about, I think we'd be on a much better track than we are right now.
All right, Sue, thank you for your input. Okay, I'm going to turn now to the community members. Bob Adams, you have your hand up. And then we'll go to Ellen Vernazza.
Yes, actually, Susan Hartman did confirm what it is that we've been asking for, and I asked for it twice in the town council meeting, and that is a community-wide meeting, that we have a conversation about this, and she was enthusiastic about what that meeting might suggest and bring up. So once again, I'm asking for that meeting. It's been a week since the town council meeting occurred. We have heard nothing. I've heard nothing, and I specifically asked to be involved with Jeremy Dennis on trying to have this meeting established. So I'm interested to know when this meeting is going to happen and what's the organization of the meeting. And I think it's been a reasonable question, and we've heard nothing.
I don't know, Jeff Alfs and Sarah Wernikoff for town council members on our committee. Do either of you have any update, or Laura at this point?
At last week's council meeting, Jeremy and his manager's report towards the end was talking about a forum on fire safety. If I understand correctly, I believe that was intended to be sort of a broad discussion of fire that would include the petition. Laura, Jeremy, correct me if I've got that wrong, but that was my understanding.
Yes, that was my understanding as well, is that broad meeting would cover at least a number of the topics that the community was interested in discussing.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Through the chair, just Bob, because you and I have had a couple one-on-one conversations, and I know I've shared with you that this broad community meeting is part of the plan. I don't think, that all of the details have been hashed out yet. So that's my guess is why you haven't heard about the details. But the plan is to have this meeting. The plan is for it to include, all of our partners, Woodside Fire, the sheriff, whatnot, everything that's been discussed. So I personally don't have an update beyond what I shared with you on the phone the other day. It's only been a couple days, since. And so, yes, this is the plan to have this meeting. It's also the plan to continue PV Donuts, which will be smaller format meetings. By the way, I think the mayor's only heard from one person so far in terms of interest in setting up those meetings. So I encourage people, if they want to get their friends and neighbors together to discuss this, to take advantage of that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, back to the community. Ellen Vernazza, go ahead. Go ahead, Ellen. Are you unmuted?
There, I think I am now. For some reason, it muted again.
Yeah,
I just don't understand how the housing committee can move on at all, even talking about where they're going to place housing, whatever, until the fire and safety and evacuation studies have come through with solid answers of what we're looking at here. Susan was totally talking about post-fire things that they have done, and I don't think we want to get to post-fire. We need to get our safety standards down and building standards according to current fire safety standards before the housing element moves on and makes their plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Rusty Day, you're up next.
Thank you. I just wanted to, Laura mentioned state law requirements affecting the safety element. And among those requirements is a requirement to perform a comprehensive wildfire hazard and risk assessment for the community, on which the revisions and amendments of the safety element are to be based. So I'm just curious if you can tell us, please, what consultants have been hired to do the hazard assessment? What consultants have been hired to do the risk assessment? And whether we can see, whether we can have transparency and insight into what work they're doing. For example, is the Wildfire Safety Preparedness Committee being consulted with the consultant, meeting with a consultant who's doing the hazard assessment? Is the Geologic Safety Committee meeting with a consultant who's doing the hazard assessment? And whoever is doing the risk assessment, who are they meeting with? Where's the input from town residents to inform, just like this committee's informing our housing policy, to inform our development of a safety policy and ensuring that we're addressing the issues and concerns that residents have here affecting our safety. So if you could explain that to me, I'd appreciate it.
Laura, you want to take that?
Sure. The lead consultant for the safety element is Urban Planning Partners. They have sub-consultants. What we'll do is populate, we'll be getting the safety element web page up and running. So we will add the sub-consultants to that so that you'll know who the sub-consultants are and what their scope of work is. So thank you for that feedback. We'll get that done. We can't answer that right now on the fly this evening in this meeting. In terms of the committee's work with the different aspects of it, we're developing that work program. And as I mentioned in my presentation, we'll be back in front of the council in February to talk about how we anticipate some of that committee work coming together. And there'll be a chance for public feedback at that time as well.
Terrific. Thank you. Thanks, Laura. Okay, Christy Corley, you're up. This will be the last question from the community, and then we're going to move on. Thanks.
Thank you. I did hear Susan say that a transportation master plan is extremely important, and she was waiting for it to roll out to make her evacuation plan. I'm wondering if our town is also putting together a transportation master plan. She commented about roads that went off into into ditches, which we are that, exactly that. We don't have curbs, and she said it would help if it, you know, I know maybe this community doesn't want that, but we need to learn from what they found, why that was a hazard, and how we can improve that. So I am curious how that will work. Portola Road connects to Woodside. When I drive down Portola Road, it turns into Woodside for my evacuation exit. When I drive down Alpine Road, it turns into a county road and then Menlo Park, Palo Alto, and Stanford. When I drive down Arastadero, it connects with Los Altos Hills. So my question for staff is how many meetings have you had with these surrounding towns, and how can we best work together? And when I look at community-wide meetings, I'm hearing Susan say 12 meetings. They met in 2019, 12 times. They had special meetings with 250 to 300 people. This is what we're looking for. Zooms with feedback like this, and Facebook quarterly meetings. This is a lot of meetings to get town feedback. And I really encourage you to look closer at how many meetings the public can be involved in. Thank you.
So yeah, Sarah Wernikoff, why don't you go ahead? You want to address that?
Thanks for this question again. As I mentioned, you know, we really are working on communication and transparency, and we are having monthly meetings. This is that forum. So I don't know, I think we have 18 because we have essentially one a month over an 18-month period. So just for clarity, that is what we're doing here today and what we have been doing since this committee has you know, begun, just for clarity. And we would love to have more participation. This is great. We have 38 people here now today. The past 4 initial meetings, I think we had, 10 people sometimes. I don't know what the max number was, but it was no more than about that by my recollection. So everybody's invited, and we'd love to have the same kind of participation that Paradise had.
Okay. Yeah, Jeff, you want to jump in?
Yeah, just to add to that, in addition to the 18 times this committee will meet, there will be 3. There was 1 community meeting we held. There will be 2 more. This whole element will go in front of the Planning Commission. This element, the safety element, as Laura just mentioned, will go to 4 different committees in town before it goes to the Planning Commission. I think the total number of meetings we're going to have is going to be, it's going to be at least 2 dozen. Probably a little more. And in terms of the percentage participation, we had 75 people at that first town meeting, the town sort of discussion meeting. I think on a percentage basis, that's probably higher. Again, as Sarah said, we are casting as wide a net as we can, and we do welcome your participation, and we're trying to give you as many opportunities as we plausibly can, given how much work we're asking our volunteers on this committee and others to do. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, and I think those points are well taken. I think, as Susan mentioned, in Paradise, they didn't have a housing element committee, so they're taking a slightly different approach, I think. Okay, great. So now, Laura, you want to take us into the next section of the agenda?
Yeah, that would be great. It's really a pleasure for staff to bring 2 more speakers to the committee this evening on this really important topic. So the first speaker is Zeke Lunder. He's an expert. He's with Deer Creek Resources in planning for fire safety and responding. And so he's the specialist that we've brought in, especially to bring mapping expertise and his unique perspective. So the order of things is we'll have a presentation from Zeke, which is going to be kind of live action, taking us through some GIS maps and looking at some things that he's learned and some initial thoughts that he has for the committee. Then there'll be an opportunity for clarifying questions from the committee for Zeke. Then we're going to turn it over to our Fire Marshal, Don Bullard, and he's going to give a 2-part presentation about fire adapted communities. And then he's going to talk about the efforts that the fire district is undertaking right now. And then we'll have clarifying questions for the Fire Marshal. Then we'll go to public comments on both presentations. So we've structured it this way so that the members of the public get the benefit of both presentations so that they can comment and answer any or ask any questions on the 2. In terms of receiving questions, what staff is going to recommend is that we take all of the public comments. We'll do our absolute best to take down the questions, and then we'll come back after the public comment period, and staff, our consultants and the fire marshal will do our best to answer them all together. I'll kind of help direct the traffic and make sure people's questions get answered to the degree we can tonight. There may be some things we can't answer. We'll try to take down those notes and be thinking about that and bring that into our process. And then the committee can come back and have any additional discussion or feedback for staff and the consultants. So that's the way we have this structured. So through the chair, I'd very much like to hand it over to Zeke for his presentation.
All right, thank you for the introduction. My name is Zeke Lunder. I live in Chico, California. I've been working in wildfire since 1995 when I worked for the Forest Service. I got a degree in geography and mapping from Chico State in the early 90s. And I kind of fell into fire planning and wildfire right around the time that we were just starting to do GIS on large active wildfires. And so spent about 20 years. We built trailers and kind of mobile GIS labs and went out and mapped wildfires for the state and the federal agencies kind of all over the West Coast. And then in the wintertime, we've been doing kind of fire science and pre-fire planning. And my career's kind of coincided with 2 major droughts and climate change and population explosion in the wildland urban interface. And our expectations have been continually having to be updated to match reality as it's shifted massively. So if I was giving this talk 20 years ago, it would be a lot different. But I want to start off just looking at kind of the big picture of where Portola Valley sits on the landscape and kind of the implications for that fire behavior wise. So I'm going to share my screen here. I think that's not the one. Are you guys seeing a map or an aerial photo?
Map.
Is it moving? Is the map moving?
Very sort of spottily, yes.
Okay, that's it. This is our map. Okay, so we've got the Pacific Ocean off to your west. And one thing that we have seen that drives our really problem fires is kind of landscape scale weather patterns. And so in general, we don't worry too much about fires coming from the west in California because the air that's bringing them to us is wet. And so we don't ever get dry winds coming off the ocean. And dry wind events are really the common denominator with the Camp Fire and the Tubbs Fire and the Bear Fire, the Dixie Fire. So kind of right off the bat, that helps us to kind of focus a bit in that, yes, we will have fires in the wildlands between Portola Valley and the coast, but it's unlikely that they're going to be the ferocious beast that gobbles your whole town. So when we look at the hazard across the community, the town being white here and the Woodside Fire District being red, even though you have a lot of wildland urban, or you have a lot of wildland really on your west side, that's not really what jumps straight out at me right off the bat. I'm more worried about fires that come from the east. I was in Berkeley on the day that the tunnel fire burned. I was still in high school, but we were down there for a wedding, and we went up on the Campanile and we watched the tunnel fire just explode in the matter of an hour. And what struck me about that was one, that I was watching airplanes fly over that I usually saw fly over my house in northeastern California. But two was I was looking south and I was seeing this huge black wall of smoke all the way across the South Bay. And you couldn't really see the South Bay at all. You could just see this black cloud of smoke. And so that's really the scenario that we worry about, is east wind fire happening in the fall, burning into your community from east to west. So that's just to kind of give a bit of a preamble. When we do look at where your hazards are, we tend to look at places that a fire is going to start at the bottom of the hill and run towards the west with a strong east wind, or a fire is going to burn. We also worry about the north wind and a northeast wind. So, kind of right off the bat, I am looking at scenarios of a fire moving this way. If you can see my cursor. And so I heard there was a question about the hazard assessment work that we're doing. I want to clarify my role kind of right off the bat, and I'm an advisor to the planning team. Our company has a somewhat limited scope in this project, in that my job is to kind of come in, drive around, look at the community, and make some general recommendations and advise the team. We're not at this point in this particular project undertaking really detailed mapping. We are identifying existing mapping, and I should say that these planning efforts often are kind of a cursory look at the best available information and integrating that. However, we have identified that the Woodside Fire District here in red is working on a community wildfire protection plan, and there's an opportunity to potentially piggyback our efforts on work that's happening on the larger plan. One thing that we have identified as a need for the community is more detailed mapping of the hazard. And so I just want to come in here real quick and look at, we've got, what we're looking at here in Google Earth is LiDAR information, so laser scan topography with air photo draped on top of it. And so it's really great stuff for seeing the canopy of the trees and seeing the structure of it in its 3 dimensions. And that 3 dimensions of vegetation is really what we're interested in as fire behavior people. We're interested in what's happening. You know, if you look straight down on an aerial photo, all you can see is that there's trees there, but you can't see if those trees are bushy all the way down to the ground, if there's brush underneath the trees, if there's tall grass. And so the same 3D information is great for looking in and seeing, you know, hey, look, the brush does go all the way down to the ground. So we can use this information, and I think we're hoping to, through some extra kind of work that's been identified with the CWPP, to map the hazard here more accurately. But what I can say from driving around is that there is a substantial hazard in these steeper areas, especially on the eastern part of town, of a fire that could, you know, you could have a lot of loss in a short amount of time. You know, if a fire starts here at the bottom of, you know, Golden Oak and burns with an east wind up this canyon. One thing that came to mind listening to Susan talk, you know, I worked on the campfire. I worked up there all the winter after the campfire. I wrote a plan 20 years ago, and we said, Paradise is all going to burn down, and there's going to be traffic jams, and lots of people are going to die. And what gets lost in this discussion, I think, about whether or not you have water in your hydrants is that during the campfire, there was no defensive firefighting happening. And during the Tubbs fire, there was no defensive firefighting happening. All we're doing is saving lives, trying to get people out of bad circumstances who are stuck trying to evacuate. And that just needs, that's, you know, that's part of what we're seeing with climate change, is just that on the bad day that you do have a fire, there's not much that firefighters are going to do to put it out until the wind stops blowing. The vegetation management conversation is important. A ton of great work has been done in your community. You know, driving around, when I first looked at it on the imagery, it looked scarier than it does when I drive around on the ground. But driving around on the ground, there still are a lot of places where we just have that bad combination of poor access, heavy vegetation, and honestly, really poor compliance with defensible space type regulations, right? Like a ton of places here, just the brush is right up to the house, the brush is right up to the outbuildings, etc. So I think we've identified the need for more detailed survey. The problem with code enforcement and with defensible space regulation is that over the course of my career, enforcement has been incredibly spotty. Firefighters like to be seen as heroes. They don't like to be seen as cops. They want to, and that's just across the board. Just about everywhere in the state has done a really bad job of enforcing regulations around vegetation management. The other part of the equation is just that the built landscape often is built in such a way that vegetation management is almost impossible due to the scale, the size of the lots, the access. So I'm going to flip over here real quick to a different map. And this is in our mapping, you know, what we look for when we're talking about kind of landscape scale issues are what are good kind of surrogates for fire hazard in mapping data. And so here we have a slope map where slopes over 30% are shown in red and slopes over 40% are shown in yellow. And one of our initial kind of observations is that the eastern part of town, most of the land that is not 30% slope or greater is kind of built out on a lot of these lots. There's no space on the lot left that's not on a steep slope to develop, say, another house, an ADU. Slope is important from a firefighter perspective in that fire runs uphill. It's also difficult to manage fuels. And you know, when we're talking about managing vegetation on some of these steeper slopes, we're talking about having to thin large trees and really large amounts of biomass. and then needing to regularly maintain that, because as soon as you thin out a tree, you let a lot of light on the ground to grow more vegetation. So in some places, especially what we saw in Paradise, is that the built landscape is oftentimes impossible to maintain the vegetation on. So some of these lots, if you look at them, there may be no access to the lower portions of the lots, and there may be no access through the top of the property to get down the hill. So if we're talking about hauling out large logs or chipping or using a crane to haul out dead wood, oftentimes that's physically impossible. A lot like this, if there's no road at the bottom of this hill, our options for getting, say, equipment in here to thin brush on the slope is limited. So you can have the best defensible space regulations in the world, and you can even have enforcement of it, but actually whether or not you can haul those trees and dead wood up the slope is another matter. So I think it's useful to, when I look at your existing hazard element, there's lots of language about, encourage the homeowners to manage the vegetation and make sure you don't build anything without identifying mitigations. It's really easy to write mitigations, but it's difficult to actually do the work. And so it's easy to lose sight of what the work entails. And in this case, when we talk about a place like this, the work entails dealing with an enormous amount of vegetation. And I'm not saying that we would say that you need to come in here and cut all these trees down, but you do need to come in here and remove dead material, and you need to come in here and thin lower trees, and just a lot of work. And so it's easy to write it. It's really easy to write it down. Yeah, you have to cut all the brush within 100 feet of your house, but that may not be physically possible in a lot of places. So jumping back to the slope map, that's just kind of an initial kind of observation I have from driving around it here is like, well, it's probably not a good idea to build ADUs on slopes over 30%. The other kind of big picture thing is that the east side of town has the canyons and the west side of the town doesn't. And so generally fire access is, it appears to be better and not quite as scary on the western part of town, where you see all this gray. Those are places that don't have those 30% slopes. So for our work so far, we've driven all the roads in the town, taken photos in places that have problems. When I say problem, I mean looking at a place and not, this is kind of just pulling it out of thin air, not that if I'm putting it at your house, I'm just looking for an example. But say if we have a driveway that accesses 5 houses and we have heavy vegetation in a place where fire could come up the canyon and impinge on the access, those are the sorts of things that we want to look at, where we would prioritize vegetation management. It's not practical to fire safe the vegetation of the entire landscape. Just that. So what we look for in our work is identifying those kind of pinch points where you've got that intersection of high potential fire behavior, a lot of people served by a particular road, and then places that you can do meaningful work that would affect the change in that potential. So, so for our work, we're still, I'd say, kind of at the 50,000 foot view. The effort that the Woodside Fire Protection District is starting now with assistance from Headwaters Economics is the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. There's a kind of full schedule of public engagement and meetings around the CWPP process. And that's the best place for the community to plug in. The general plan is, it's not a specific, they're not going to say thin the brush on the corner of Westridge and Cervantes in a general plan. It's more of a kind of programmatic document. Community Wildfire Protection Plan is basically a project list. And it's a way that the fire district can prioritize projects that can get funding for implementation. So I advise everyone who's got a keen interest in fire mitigation and in understanding how you're going to coexist better with fire, to be active in the CWP process. They're just kind of rolling it out, but that's really that's how things get done in the fire mitigation world. Is we write CWPPs and then we keep them updated just like a general plan, and that becomes kind of the gatekeeper for funding implementation. Just to touch on Paradise again. It's interesting to me that all the things we've learned since that happened, and there's so many differences between Paradise and Portola Valley. I don't even know where to start. Actually, I had some notes here. I think that the main thing there is that one thing that pops out in Paradise is that we've looked in evacuation planning at places that we can shelter people in place. We had a lot of traffic jams in Paradise in places we knew we'd have traffic jams. And so Paradise has the luxury of having more lots available, et cetera. But in looking at the transportation planning there, it's like, well, maybe we should put a park at this intersection of these two traffic jam roads where we can shelter 200 cars on a soccer field. And I think that's kind of the kind of thinking that we need to do as we evolve our relationship with fire, is just to be, someone else brought up that the question about working across jurisdictional boundaries and how your evacuation, it might go through 3 different communities. Those are important questions. And I think that's part of our role here in this planning effort, is to say, as we are going to add housing for this landscape, how does that all work together? How does the transportation plan have to complement the fire hazard mitigation plan? And where can you do hazard mitigation that might buy protection for people, to be able to park their car in a lot on their street and not have to, ideally people don't have to evacuate, right? I think that at this point we could punt over to the fire chiefs, and I'm sure we can cover a lot of this now in your questions headed forward.
So through the chair, I would encourage at this time, if there's just clarifying questions for Zeke from the committee members, this would be a good time to do that.
Okay, that sounds good. Bob Turcotte, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for that great presentation. It's very, very interesting technology. There are a couple questions for you. One, I was hoping that you'd reconcile for me what you were saying about us being unlikely to face fires from the west. We had the CZU fire, which was to the southwest of us, burned 86,000 acres, took 6 weeks to contain, 1 fatality, 1,500 structures destroyed, came within 8 miles of Portola Valley. So I was wondering if how you reconcile that with what your impression is.
Right. It didn't burn you up, right?
It came with 8 miles of us.
Yeah, but it headed kind of south with north winds. Right. It didn't. That fire burned. It was mainly influenced by north winds. Right. So it didn't race from the coast eastward. Right. You'll have fires. You'll have fires in that area, but the fires are unlikely to make big runs to the east.
You're talking about big rapid runs like a Paradise type fire that covers miles in an hour.
Right. That's my take on it. Ask me in 20 years and I might have a different impression, but that's one thing that hasn't changed in my career, is that we're still having these big fires with north and east wind events. We don't tend to see big devastating fires that are pushing from the southwest to the northeast just because of that coastal influence.
I'll have to go back and double check. My recollection was that it did start further south, southwest, and
It did, but it didn't make huge runs northward and eastward.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciated, as I understood it, what you were saying about the role of canopy cover in suppressing ground vegetation. If I understood you correctly, I thought that was an important point that's often overlooked. You didn't talk about structural fuels using Ray Moritz's numbers combined with the Behave Plus default settings. You know, there's over 400 million BTUs in a 300 square foot house. That's 23 times the latent heat of combustion that an acre of vegetation has. So by far the greatest source of heat in a fire is structures. I was wondering what your thoughts were about accounting for that.
Yeah. Well, that's the crux of it, right? Is that you're not going to, when you talk about reducing fuels, you're not going to go in thin houses, right? So
yeah, I wouldn't suggest that we do, but what I'm saying is that if you're going to identify what the highest hazard areas in the landscape is, then I don't know if you can see that. That's our zoning map. But where the housing density is highest, given that there's so much more latent heat of combustion in structures, I'm just wondering if you think that should be accounted for when you're highlighting that.
Structure fires aren't the primary instigator of rapid spread. Fires burn through a house and it takes half an hour or an hour, but they burn through grass, and in that same half an hour they can burn 9 miles, right? So the vegetation is still going to be a factor in the rate of spread, and spotting from burning structures and burning vegetation is going to be what carries the fire. So it's difficult to model structure fire in the urban interface. So we look at vegetation in our hazard because that's the continuity that causes fires to spread quickly and create spotting, right? So to your point about structure density, in Paradise, we saw that the greatest factor determining whether or not a house would be lost or not was the proximity of another structure within 50 feet. So yes, if your neighbor's house is on fire and there's no firefighters around, your house is probably going to burn down too.
Mm-hmm. The question that this committee is facing is where to put more housing.
Right.
And of course, we're not going to cull our current horde. We're going to add more. There's a lot of focus in your talk and among the community about vegetation management, home hardening, totally appropriate, totally necessary. But there's there's other issues too. So I don't know if you can.
Yeah, I can see you. You're holding a picture. We're talking about where you're going to put houses, and the landscape kind of defines that for you, right? Like I'm pretty sure that no one on the planning team is going to suggest putting new housing in the steep canyon areas or in the middle of the community where we know that we have evacuation problems. I think that it's pretty clear that if you have new housing, it's going to be along the main drag.
And you say that because that's where the access is, or that's where it's safest, or
that's where you have developable land and places for people to park, and that's, to me, that's what the landscape tells you. It's like, yeah, if you're going to build an apartment building, you're probably not going to do it out here in the middle, right? At least that's what my advice would be is, if you're going to develop new stuff, do it along the main drag where it's flat. And yeah, it seems like the landscape kind of spells out the opportunities pretty clearly.
So I did have a question, which was, this is, here's a shot of a choke point. As I was saying, we focus on vegetation management and home hardening. This road narrows to 14.5 feet. It's not a cul-de-sac, so it's not excluded by our access exclusion ordinance. So we can develop here. SB9 units can be developed, and so I guess my question is, how do we account for this hazard? There's overhead power lines. We heard about power poles burning, car parked on the side of the road. There's a culvert there. In the sort of hazard assessments that you do, is that something that you account for? I don't see, if there's a wildfire and residents are evacuating, I don't see a fire truck going up there. So I'm wondering how that's accounted for in the hazard assessment, how we should think about that as a committee.
Okay.
I
don't have an answer for you on that,
okay.
Except that, yeah, that photo looks scary. I wouldn't build an apartment building there.
Okay. It is in a relatively flat area of town, for what it's worth. Those are my questions. Thanks a lot. Thanks again for that great presentation.
All right, thanks, Bob. Go to Helen Walter.
So first of all, I'm a huge fangirl. I'm so excited that you're here in Portola Valley. Thank you for this presentation. I've learned a ton from reading what you've written in the past, so thank you. Just because we're getting this presentation, through the town, will we be getting a more thorough explanation of your recommendations and suggestions than just what we're getting tonight? Like, are you?
Yeah, I've got hours in my contract to advise the process as they move forward.
Thank you.
So,
okay.
Yeah, so the extent of my involvement is to spend 2 days driving around and doing a cursory survey and taking photos and mapping, so giving them my impressions, and then about 25 hours of consulting through the process and trying to integrate my observations into their findings.
Okay, thanks. Also, in terms of you said the housing, that if the housing is, one house is near another house, and without a firefighter nearby, is there any difference between having a single family home versus a multifamily home with the clumping? I've seen some research about clumping, that it's easier for firefighters to defend than versus the sprawl of single family zoned residential areas.
I think just my impression, based on working on the Camp Fire and working on the Car Fire and some of these other recent urban and earth-based disasters, is that firefighting is kind of not happening during the worst case scenario. We've got this, it's kind of like your 200-year flood, and we can put sandbags down in the driveway, like 50 winters in a row, and then we get the big rain on snow event or something, and we get the flood that we can't hold back. And that's the scenario, is that you've got so many firefighters that are in your vicinity that we're going to put out 99.5% of those fires. And it won't be an issue. But then you're going to have that one kind of catastrophic event, and firefighters are going to be running for their lives just like everyone else. And that's kind of how we have to plan around that.
So great, thank you. And also speaking, not on behalf of my boss, it is my understanding though that Santa Clara County Fire Safe is looking for funding to create a fire break on Skyline, and to make that wide enough because it is at the top. So yes, so and that's coming from the west. So if we have a fire break there, so thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, Fire Marshal Bullard, please go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
sir.
Zeke, I got a quick question for you. In your professional opinion, you've been doing this mapping for over 20 years. You've seen a lot. Would you label those areas that you depicted in your maps of Portola Valley with the canyons that had 30% to 40% slopes? Would you depict those or label those as very high fire severity zones?
Yes,
also, given the vegetation that covers the landscape in those areas?
Yeah.
Okay. just curious to get what your opinion was. I feel the same, but unfortunately, back in 2008, it wasn't labeled that way, but I think there'll be a difference when the new maps come out.
Yeah. Well, and there's plenty of places here that if you look on an aerial photo, it's dense canopy, and then you go and it's really beautiful, large coast live oak with grass underneath, and it's really no hazard at all. And so that's kind of one of the reasons that we have to do some more detailed mapping, is that right now, a lot of the mapping that we have to work with, it just says oak forest. And that doesn't really tell us anything about the hazard.
Right, I agree.
And so just because something is steep slope, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily critical hazard, because it might just be grass under oaks. You know, so like this Stanford property, here, you know, a lot of that driving, I've only seen it from the roads, but a lot of it didn't look that bad just because it is big oak forest with grass underneath. And so, you know, we're not as worried there about a fire getting into the canopy and becoming a ground fire.
Right. Yeah, that one doesn't get bad until you get closer to the top.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Sarah Wernikoff, go ahead.
Thank you. This has been fantastic. Could you clarify a little bit more about CWPP? And I don't know, maybe perhaps that's going to be in the fire marshal's presentation, but I'm less aware of that. And so I'll assume others are as well. And so if you could just elaborate on what that is and how that plays into all this and what the opportunities for community involvement are around there.
Yeah.
You suggested that's a good way to participate.
Yeah, so in the mid 1990s, we had a couple of really bad fire seasons, and we had a tragedy in Colorado where we burnt up most of a fire crew on Storm King Mountain. And out of that kind of navel gazing that came from that, we had the National Fire Plan. And the National Fire Plan said that any federally managed lands that had potential for wildfire needed to have a plan that identified the hazards and the mitigations and the threats to communities. And then in the early 2000s, there was a huge amount of funding for hazardous fuel reduction across the country coming from federal agencies. And what we found is that a lot of fire safe councils formed to start to take advantage of that grant money. And we spent a lot of money on projects pretty much anywhere someone wanted to do a project. You know, brother, the fire safe council coordinator, wants to cut brush on their land, and we'd give them $500,000 to cut a bunch of brush. And what we learned after, you know, several years of doing that was that we weren't really buying a lot of advantage for firefighters because the projects weren't necessarily placed in tactical locations. They weren't really vetted across the community for priority. And so it became apparent that we needed to have a process for kind of triaging the landscape and prioritizing projects. And so there's an act of Congress that authorized the Healthy Forests Restoration Act that created a process for doing these community wildfire protection plans. So there's kind of a national template for how you approach assessing wildfire hazard, and then how you engage stakeholders. And it ends up being a document that is signed by the fire chiefs and the board of supervisors, and it's adopted, kind of like a general plan would be adopted by the agencies having jurisdiction. And so the process is kind of the same no matter where you are, of convening stakeholders, doing detailed mapping of hazards and risk, mapping assets at risk, and looking at the intersection there between where you have wildfire hazard and where you have assets that need protection. So the process that Woodside's going to go through is kind of a robust effort that's going to involve public engagement and mapping and stakeholder outreach.
I've got a question, Zeke and Laura, I guess. What type of recommendation are we going to have that we can use as we work on the housing element? Like, what's the timing?
Because of the timing to comply with the state law, this committee is going to have conversations about the site inventory And as a reminder, those are conversations about where additional housing development and potentially multifamily housing development would be located. So Zeke's preliminary feedback, I think the big takeaway tonight is the combination of slopes of 30% and the vegetation canopy and the access. So I think those are the major takeaways in terms of considering where multifamily development should be sited. More detailed analysis is going to be coming later in the process. And some of that more detailed analysis we can probably feed in as we work on some ADU and SB9 policies. But in terms of the site selection, we'll be working off of the information that Zeke's provided tonight, information from the fire marshal that's still to come tonight. And then we've got some evacuation mapping information that we're going to share with you at the next meeting. So those will be the major tools to evaluate the site inventory portion.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, I think we could maybe move on, right? And just to members of the community, we appreciate your questions and your interest. We're going to wait till after Don Bullard's presentation for community questions. Okay, we'll come back to you. All right, go ahead, Laura.
We're just going to go ahead and hand it over now to the fire marshal for his presentation. So very pleased to have Don Bullard with us today.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Let me pull up my screen here. And we'll go here. Can everybody see that okay?
Looks good.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, my name is Don Bullard. I'm the fire marshal with Woodside Fire Protection District. And tonight I'm going to give you two presentations, really. The first one is going to be talking about creating fire adapted communities, a summary of the basics, which is basically the strategy and tactics that are tried and true that we know work and they've been proven. And we're going to talk about those things that really should be in place, that everybody should be doing, because it takes everybody to do it for it to be effective. A little bit of background. The ad hoc committee is created for the housing element, and one of their tasks is that they were tasked to focus on fire safety. Woodside Fire Protection District was requested to help the committee understand their upcoming work in making policy recommendations regarding fire safety. And the ad hoc committee is challenged with identifying sites for development to occur for multifamily housing with up to 20 units per acre, and also where to site ADUs and SB9 units throughout Portola Valley. For decades now, we have known the basic science and research of structure ignitions, or how structures burn down. From a single structure burning, a sequence of events can be triggered that leads to multiple structures simultaneously burning, which can result in a large urban conflagration or wildfire disaster. Longstanding federal wildfire policy that emphasizes suppression as the primary approach for structure protection has resulted in a paradox: accumulated fuels and larger, more severe wildfires. For communities to truly become fire adapted, suppression efforts must be complemented with other preventative and mitigation measures within the built environment. Research has demonstrated that a structure's characteristics in relation to its immediate surroundings principally determine structure ignition potential during extreme wildfires. I'm going to repeat that because it's very important. Research has demonstrated that a structure's characteristics in relation to its immediate surroundings principally determine structure ignition potential during extreme wildfires. A multi-pronged approach is therefore needed that considers ignition vulnerabilities to the structure, neighborhood, and the community. Success requires deliberate consideration and planning of structure arrangements, property vegetation management, nearby wildland fuels, and the materials, design, and near structure landscaping of the structure itself. What the research says is risks are increasing and being exacerbated by climate change and human development in wildfire-prone areas. Both a natural disturbance and natural hazard, wildfires are a natural occurrence, and only when a structure is in harm's way are they considered a disaster. Wildfires are inevitable. We have a long history of living alongside wildfires, which are essential for ecological health and fire-dependent ecosystems. We are widely successful with suppression, just like Zeke said earlier, extinguishing 95 to 98% of all wildfires. It's the remaining 2 to 5% of wildfires that escape initial attack that result in a majority of wildland fire disasters. Structures burn down from exposure to one of 3 things: radiant heat, direct flame contact, and embers. And out of those 3, embers are the primary culprit of structure loss during a wildfire, accounting for 90% of all structures destroyed. Embers can fly miles ahead of a wildfire front and land on combustible material like wood mulch, patio furniture, pine needles on the roof, and other flammable materials, and start a fire that can grow in size and intensity to threaten structures. Preventing wildfire disasters. Wildfire disasters can be prevented by effective mitigations of a structure's ignition vulnerabilities in relation to potential ignition sources, meaning flames and embers, within the home ignition zone, and also embers generated from extreme wildfire conditions outside the home ignition zone. Structure ignition vulnerabilities include exposure to one or more ignition sources: radiant heat, direct flame contact, and the embers. Mitigation measures, therefore, must address mitigating potential sources of radiant heat, including vegetation management, which is the tree canopy, shrubs, foliage, within 100 feet of the structure to reduce nearby high-intensity burning. We know that if we can keep the radiant heat and direct flame contact more than 100 feet away from the structure won't ignite. And if the structure doesn't ignite, it doesn't burn. Direct flame contact to the structure can result from low-intensity surface fires. So mitigating direct flame contact exposure by replacing combustible materials with non-combustible materials, which would be wood mulch, would be replaced with pea gravel, and a wood fence, just like our presenter earlier stated, wood fences with metal fences, because they found that a lot of those wood fences carried the fire up to the structures. With radiant heat and direct flame contact mitigated, our primary threat is embers. Reduce opportunities for embers to accumulate directly on the structure or its attachments with non-combustible building materials, design features, and near structure landscaping measures. Fireproofing structures is not a realistic expectation. Everything will burn given the right temperature. But with an ignition-resistant home ignition zone, effectively preventing home destruction and wildfire disasters becomes the extinguishment of small ember ignitions rather than an attempt to control the inevitable extreme wildfires. As a result, wildfire-resistant communities increase community fire protection effectiveness, life safety options for residents and firefighters, facilitate a more ecologically appropriate management of wildland fire, and decrease wildfire suppression costs while preventing wildfire disasters. Long-term community resiliency increases. Areas for future research. Given California's substantial housing stock and high wildfire risk, retrofitting the fleet of existing structures located in wildfire hazard areas is a big concern. In an important first step, California's Assembly Bill 38 in 2019 required the state fire marshal to develop a list of low-cost retrofits to reduce risk to structures. As part of this, the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE, will create a plan of retrofitting activities that a property owner could implement given specific information regarding the building, location of building on the property, and neighboring properties. Providing government subsidies to homeowners to offset the cost for retrofitting activities and other mitigation measures is another important yet often overlooked area of research. Underserved populations are more likely to lack resources to prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters, and they may experience cultural and institutional barriers, have limited mobility, and have compromised physical health. Developing effective decision support tools to direct resources to the most vulnerable populations will enable better planning, response, and recovery from a wildfire. Better understanding of the relationship between building-to-building ignition potential and high-density developments is crucial. With growing pressure from state policymakers to increase housing, many communities are left with few options but to build in high-hazard areas. In higher density development where structures are close together, incorporating ember-resistant near-building details is critical. Because there is limited information regarding radiant heat and potential for flame contact exposure as a function of building separation distances, in conjunction with elevated wind, also common during wildfires, it's challenging to develop material and design specifications. A series of CAL FIRE funded structure separation experiments is currently underway by the National Institute of Standards and Technology and the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. These experiments will lead to better guidance regarding structure-to-structure spacing in wildfire hazard areas, and outcomes from this research may potentially influence building code amendments and understanding regarding high-density developments alongside increasing wildfire risks. The NIST and IBH experiments are scheduled to be completed in 2023. Local considerations for ad hoc policy recommendations. These are some core fire safety takeaways that you should be thinking about. Building height. Multifamily units that equal 20 units an acre could potentially be 3 to 4 stories in height. And so we may have some access issues as Woodside Fire Protection District has 24-foot ladder capabilities. Another thing we want to think about is truck company access. Truck company access requires 20-foot wide streets. Many areas currently have inadequate infrastructure for ladder truck access in Portola Valley because of the narrow, winding roads that are one way in and one way out. Now, truck companies from Menlo Park and Redwood City are part of our general alarm plan, and they do respond up here for automatic aid and for mutual aid. But there are areas in Portola Valley and Woodside where the trucks, they can't get them into the area. So it's something to think about when you're thinking about your sites where you're going to be placing these buildings. Also, slope setbacks. We don't want to be building within 150 feet of the top of slopes. Radiant heat and direct flame contact issues begin to come back to us when we do those kinds of things. It's the same effect as if you had your roof eaves that extended out over the sides of your walls. It's going to trap that heat up in there, and it's going to carry those flames up into there where they can begin to burn up into the attic of the house. It's the same effect at the top of a slope. If the house is too close, that heat is going to be captured on the house. So we have to start thinking about slope setbacks. Water flow capabilities. Larger buildings will require larger water flow and multiple fire hydrants for one location. So will our water infrastructure support the building requirements? Those are some other things we need to think about. Areas in the district where we don't have good water supply. And then our hose pool distances to buildings. New buildings cannot be more than 150 feet from where fire apparatus stages to set up emergency operations. Okay, so now we'll go into our fire code updates. The Woodside Fire Protection District continues to work with our partners from the Community Planning Assistance for Wildfire, CPAW. Woodside Fire Protection District was awarded a grant opportunity to work with CPAW through December 31st of 2022. CPAW works with partners at the local, state, and federal level to create fire-adapted communities. CPAW collaborates with communities to strategically envision and plan safe homes, neighborhoods, and areas with increasing wildfire risks. CPAW provides communities with diverse services, including land use planning recommendations, custom research and science, communication tools, and risk mapping to mitigate wildfire risks, reduce home losses, and increase public safety. CPAW is a program of Headwaters Economics based out of Bozeman, Montana, and was established in 2015. It is funded by the U.S. Forest Service and private foundations. And CPAW has directly worked with 75 communities and reached thousands of people through events, presentations, online tools, downloadable reports, and media presence. So the proposed services to the Woodside Fire Protection District through CPAW is based on correspondence with Woodside Fire. CPAW proposes to provide the following services by December of 2022. Develop a comprehensive community wildfire resilience strategy. Work closely with our local partners and stakeholders to promote Woodside Fire Protection District as the lead organization in creating a fire-adapted community. Develop an inventory of wildland-urban interface WUI best practices within the fire district, including a compilation of current practices for planning, zoning, development review, and code enforcement activities within the district that address and reduce wildfire hazards and risks related to planning and development activities in the WUI. Proposed additional measures that may be implemented to increase the wildfire resiliency of the community, and provide examples from other successful communities in the West. Secondly, enhance and develop communication tools, strengthen community wildfire risk reduction communications and cohesion at all levels of stakeholder engagement, providing a visual organizational flow chart of the administrative and operational structure within the fire district to help improve and identify gaps in coordination and organizational planning regarding wildfire mitigation. They're going to assist the local leaders in providing district-wide awareness and education on effective wildfire mitigation strategies for the home and property. Communication tools and materials will target diverse key audiences and use multimedia platforms, including handouts, presentations, interactive online tools and visualizations, research reports, website posts and op-ed articles, streaming videos, graphics, photographs, and illustrations, and training events. Provide a stakeholder guide for developing a wildfire resilient community, including who needs to be involved, at what level stakeholders need to be engaged with the process, and what is being asked of each stakeholder. Increase land use planning capacity. Provide model language and support in the update of our community plans, including the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, General Plan and Zoning Code updates, landscaping regulations, and steep slope ordinances. They're also going to assist in the interpretation and support of state mandated wildfire legislation and assist in the goals of the Portola Valley Wildfire Committee. And then last, broaden the network of partners to provide resources and support. Maintain open communication with all stakeholders, listen thoughtfully to express strengths, needs, and ideas. And then they facilitate relationship building with external wildfire partners such as institutions, universities, land management agencies, and private organizations to bolster resources and support for community wildfire resiliency within the fire district. Currently, current activities towards strengthening our fire code. Woodside Fire Protection is in the early stages of currently exploring the legalities and researching the possibility and potential of the fire district authorizing and requiring designation of all very high fire hazard severity zones within the local responsibility areas of the fire district. Since at least 2008, CAL FIRE and the fire district have both identified the existence of very high and high fire severity zones within the district's local responsibility area that have not yet been designated by ordinance in accordance with the government code section 51179 by any responsible local agency. So currently right now we're looking at the possibility of maybe being able to adopt those areas that haven't been adopted. Additionally, we're exploring the legalities and researching the potential and possibility of the fire district being required to adopt regulations pursuant to the Public Resources Code section 4290, requiring implementation of minimum fire safety standards related to defensible space and applicable to the perimeters and access to all residential, commercial, and industrial building construction. The regulations codified at the California Code of Regulations sections 1270 through 1276 establish certain minimum fire safe development standards for all areas designated as very high fire hazard severity zones, whether it's in state or local responsibility areas. The regulations detail minimum fire safe standards for structures, subdivisions and developments, roadways and driveways, signage, water supply, emergency access and egress, perimeter wildfire protection, building setbacks, fuel breaks, green belts, and measures to protect undeveloped ridge lines, which would be like skyline. We talked about that earlier. So this is some of the things that we're looking at for our future fire code update, which is coming up at the end of 2022. And it is my hope that we have some solid ground by mid-year, by the time we get to June or July, that we have some things on the table to discuss. And that's where we're at in the fire district. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, terrific. Thank you both, Zeke and Don. That was really informative and helpful. Okay, so we'll do some committee questions here. Anne, go ahead. I think you need to unmute.
Let me start over unmuted. Thank you, John. That was a great presentation and great work. Appreciate it. I had a question just really relevant to the housing element. If we have these really strict fire safe materials for building, in your opinion, if we were going to put 20 families on an acre, would it be better to put them as a one building, like an apartment townhouse, or 20 separate houses in all cases to the very highest fire safe materials?
To the very highest fire safe materials, I would say to put them all in one building.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Can you just share a little bit more, Don, why that would be the case?
You're putting everything in one building. So rather than spreading it out over a large area where we can have spot fires and multiple fires in multiple locations. We want to bring our firefighting resources to one place and not have to spread them out over the landscape. Okay. So if you had 10 acres and you had one building on those 10 acres that we had to respond to one location, and we could bring all resources to one location, as opposed to having over those 10 acres, you might have 5 different separate fires. Okay. And it's always better for us to have to be able to go to one location with all of our resources.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. Anne, are you done?
I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Helen, go ahead. You have to unmute.
Thanks all. Great presentation. We are so lucky to have Woodside Fire and San Mateo County Fire and CAL FIRE all working together here in San Mateo. So thank you. A couple of questions. The ladders only go to 24 feet high, and obviously with a 3 to 4 foot or 3 to 4 floor building, that would be 30 to 40 feet. But doesn't the district get the tax dollars from the town? So is there any legal requirements to have a larger ladders?
I don't know about legal requirements to have larger ladders.
Okay.
But
there's no health and safety reason to have a larger ladder, even if the building was high, 40 feet high, 40 to 50 feet high, for instance.
there comes a point where you're going to need to use a complement of ladders on a ladder truck.
Okay.
To reach those heights. We may be able to provide a location on our current engines where we could get a larger ladder, but I don't think we're going to be getting that much more height on an engine company. We're going to have to use a truck to get to it.
So that would be like one of the trucks that breaks in two or whatever you.
Yeah, an engine company it does carry a small complement of ladders, and it has a pump and it has hose and it pumps water. A truck company carries a complement of a lot of ladders, including the aerial ladder that they can put up with the I'm losing my thought here. Hydraulics, through hydraulics.
Got it. Okay. Okay. And Menlo Park Fire District does have more of these longer ladders.
They have the longer ladders on the trucks, and Redwood City does too as well. They have a truck company. Okay. And it's all part of our general alarm plan. They will come up to Woodside and Portola Valley. It's already built into the plan.
Yep.
But there's areas in Woodside and Portola Valley where we can't get the trucks into.
Right. No, I get that. The road width is always access problems. Another question. I'm not clear where water is limited, and is it due to any of the drought restrictions, or is it due to I'm not familiar with our sewer main. Is that a problem? Because I realize that much of Portola Valley is on septic. So is that? Could you explain that more?
No matter if they can get the volume of water out of different diameter water pipes. Okay, water mains that come in.
Mm-hmm.
If they have a large building that requires, depending on the square footage of the building, it's all built into the fire code. They tell you by square footage how many hydrants you need and how much of a water flow you need to have for, say, 2 hours. It has to be able to put that out for 2 hours. So it's just something to think about in areas of town. We need to make sure that we're going to be able to meet those requirements with the water system and the size main that we have in place currently today.
Great.
Or
Okay.
if there needs to be an upgrade on that.
Got it. Okay. This is all really helpful. I want to stay on. I'm a single mom. I need to jump off. So for everyone still on, thank you for these great presentations and for everything staff is doing as well for the town of Portola Valley, and to our chair. Thanks, you guys. And I'm sorry that I have to jump off, but
thank you.
Thanks all.
Jocelyn, you were muted.
I'm so sorry. Andrew Pierce, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. I have three quick questions I've always wanted to ask fire people, so I've been asking them since we have them here. First question, is there a contingency plan for if a fire breaks out in the canyons above Los Trancos or Foothill Park or those big ridges over there that are to our east where the wind might be blowing from the east? Is there a plan for what happens if fire comes from that direction?
I'm not familiar with the local thinking on that, so I would have to punt to Don.
When you talk about contingency plan, it's very, number one, it's very unlikely that it's going to come from that direction because it's going to be coming downhill into our area. And fire travels uphill very much like water travels downhill, very hot and very fast. And unless it's a wind-driven fire, it's going to back down that hillside fairly slow. Okay. But the contingency plan would be to, I mean, we have CAL FIRE and we have their whole fleet of helicopters, airplanes that they can call immediately.
Next question. We have a lot of sudden oak death in Portola Valley, and the trees just lay there. And around the hill, the ridge I'm on, all the places I hike, I've seen trees that used to be alive 10 years ago. They're lying on the ground now. Is that a bad thing? Because that's obviously what people are doing. They're just letting them lie there.
It is a bad thing because the sale of that tree dries out. You know, let's just say those trees drop this winter. By the time we reach, mid-fire season in June and July, those trees are going to be brown. They're going to be kindling on the ground, and it's just be a big ember catcher. And if those embers get into there, or a lightning strike, or even just a surface fire burning up to those trees, it's going to increase the intensity of that fire and increase the spread of it. So it is a problem. Depending on where it's at, we go back to what Zeke was talking about earlier. Can you get access to those to get them out of there? That's
certainly
the other
a problem.
issue. Yeah, that's a problem.
And then one last question. I was looking at the maps for the CZU fire, and I happen to know some victims from it. It seems like they were able to defend the towns along Highway 9 from the fire coming from the east, from the west. Do you know how Boulder Creek, I know there was 25 homes burned, but the rest of the town didn't burn, and all those other towns were saved for the most part?
Well, fires run out of gas. The conditions that drive them change. And so if you're lucky, the fire runs out of gas before it gets to your place. The campfire was headed for Chico, but the wind stopped blowing. And another thing we see with these large fires is that we'll have a big run and they'll push up a ton of smoke. And then when the atmosphere gets stable again, that smoke all lays down and packs in, and temperatures go down and humidities come up and fire behavior goes down. So a lot of it's just a matter of timing. If the fire would have got to Boulder Creek on the second day, it would have been a different outcome than if it got there on day 8.
Okay. Andrew, you questions are
Yeah.
done? Yep, thank you. Great. Sarah Warnikoff, go ahead.
Thank you. We have spent, quite a bit of time in the various committees and conversations talking about code updates and when they're coming and the important process that's required to get there. But I think that the one question that a lot of people still have is related to the maps and the fire maps and the severity zones. Don, what can you share with us about your current thinking about the maps, and what's that process relative to the process that I think has been pretty clear in terms of the code development? Is there anything you can share with us about that?
Well, one of the things I can share with you is that if we are going to move and part of my plan is to do a community-wide protection plan, a CWPP, for the entire fire district. And one of the requirements when you're doing those CWPPs is that you map your district. You do a comprehensive hazard and risk analysis of your district. You have to do it. And so I truly believe that we need to map our entire fire district, because back in 2008, when CAL FIRE did their mapping, unfortunately, they didn't talk to the local professionals who know their districts. They didn't ask for our input. And at the time, the fire marshal that was in my position at that time recognized that, and she said, okay, well, what if we did our own mapping? And she did it, and it turned out that she was right. There are areas in our fire district that are worse off than what the CAL FIRE maps say. So that being said, I think what we need to do is we need to do a comprehensive fire risk analysis of our district, really get a true map that shows what the hazards and risks are, go ahead and move forward with our community-wide fire protection plan. And I'm also leaning towards, we're, like I said, we're in the very early stages right now of looking at adopting the maps that they did in 2008. But in addition to that, if I can provide my own analysis of the district that shows that it's worse than what it stated in 2008, I'd like to adopt that so that we get a realistic view of what we're looking at for our topography and terrain here. And then also look towards the minimum fire safety regulations through the state, because I think that can provide us with some guidance as to what we can do with parcels in town that will accept a 30-foot separation. And then the ones that can't accept it, we can fall back on other mitigation measures that are provided to us by the state. So that's something that I'm considering looking in very seriously into.
Great. Sarah, go ahead.
Can I ask just a follow-up? So the CWPP process sounds a bit analogous to the code development process, where you're going through this kind of multi-pronged process to kind of get to the final map. Is that a fair analogy?
I think the final map can be used for both.
Okay.
It can be used for both.
So, but I guess it sounds like there's this process that's going to take some time and has a variety of inputs, and that's the CWPP.
Right.
Okay. And that will take at least as long as the creation of the housing element, if not longer.
I'm not sure how long your housing element's going to take.
The goal is the end of next year, so right around the same time.
Oh, right around the same time. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So then the struggle, of course, is that we're in this situation again where we're trying to make these decisions. We have to do it because of the state, and we're still waiting for this information. And so I guess my second question that I'm just kind of following up for clarity on is, what can you share about this interim phase as it relates to maps? Are you still, is the position of Woodside Fire still evolving, or what's the interim position?
No, I feel we need to do the maps. We need to come up with the maps. We need to do a hazard and risk assessment of our entire fire district. Is that answering your question?
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand what's the difference between that and the CWPP process. And
well, that's just one step in the CWPP process.
Okay.
That we need to do.
Okay.
I can talk a little bit about the process because I have the manual, happen to have it right here in front of me, but
I think I could bring it back real quick to where we're at with planning. Is that I think my thinking is that we don't need that. We need detailed hazard mapping to mitigate fire hazards within the community at large. and within the district at large, but we don't necessarily need that granular of information to make the land use decisions. I think just looking at the slopes and the access, it's pretty clear to me that the opportunities for new development are along Alpine and the main drag, really. And the other information is great for looking at the big, for really drilling down your community fire resiliency, which is it's an ongoing effort. But that for the general plan for the housing and the safety update, that the landscape pretty much is telling you where your opportunities are. And that to me looks like it's stuff within, 200 or 300 yards of Alpine and Portola Road.
It's helpful to get that way of breaking it down. That there's a kind of a more higher level way approach to it for the housing element versus the nitty gritty that goes in to street by street and whatnot.
Right.
Okay. And so I guess my next question, sorry, thanks for your patience, everybody, is maybe, well, perhaps should come later, but would be to Laura, is what is the process to, in working with Zeke and others to get the output of that kind of initial part that's going to inform the work of this committee?
Well, we are receiving Zeke's recommendations tonight, right? And then depending on the discussion or any feedback from the committee, we can, do our best to bring forward what you're looking for to make the decisions that are in front of the committee over the next couple of meetings. Those are the recommendations that you're going to be making. But this understanding of it being sort of at different levels, as Zeke has explained it to us, I find to be helpful. That the Housing Element Committee needs a certain level of detail to make reasonable recommendations. And then we've started a conversation with Zeke and the fire district and the town about the additional mapping. And so we're starting to work on scope and cost and thinking through how quickly that could be done and how that would fit in. So there are conversations that are already started about the additional mapping, but I don't think we're going to be able to wait for that mapping to be completed to do the site's inventory aspect of the housing element.
Thank you.
All right, good question, Sarah. Thanks. Bob Turcott, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that those questions and that really helpful conversation. Just I've got questions for Fire Marshal Bullard, but follow up with Zeke. I understood you to say that from what you've seen, it's really along the corridors that where we should be having new development. And Laura mentioned that we're getting your input tonight. Is there going to be a more formalized version of that, or is it just the statements in the presentation that's going to guide us? I'm wondering if there's going to be like a formal report that sort of shows your methodology and your rationale.
That's a question I'm working for the urban planning partners, so that's a question for them.
Okay, maybe it's a question for Laura. Are we going to see a sort of formalized set of recommendations, or?
As we have it structured right now, Zeke's recommendations feed into the larger recommendations as part of the safety element and the housing element, but primarily the safety element work. So at this time, there was not a plan to have this formalized into a report.
Got it.
So we'll certainly be listening to the feedback of the committee tonight and trying to, meet the interests of the committee. But at this time, there's not a plan to have a written report from Zeke for the site inventory meeting.
Okay. Thank you. I certainly am feeling ill at ease being asked to make recommendations without having some data on which to base it. And what Zeke was saying seems very clear to me and unambiguous. And yet, our ADU and SB9 policy is not really consistent with that. I'm getting off on a discussion, so I'll get back to my questions. But that's I think it'd be helpful to have that formalized. Fire Marshal Bullard, I had a couple questions for you, and I wonder if you could elaborate just a little bit about. You mentioned the access issues. You need 20-foot wide roads for access for a ladder truck company. Did I understand that correctly?
For a ladder truck, for a ladder truck.
Okay.
So
And-
ladder truck they're long. Okay.
Yep.
They're long.
Articulated, or is that right? And
Yeah, articulated. And then they also have to put out their stabilizers before they operate them. Okay, so that takes up more room. They need concrete pavement to do it in most cases. So wide roads is what they need.
okay, so anywhere we have a structure that's greater than 2 stories, the roads leading to it would have to be at least 20 feet wide.
Those are things that I'm saying we need to take into consideration. Now, there is the possibility that we could put longer ladders on our truck that would reach 3 stories, but 4 stories is pushing it.
Okay. And I understand until Woodside Fire Protection District gets such a truck, it would be coming from Menlo Park. How long would it take to get from Menlo Park to, say, where Portola Road meets Alpine?
Where Portola meets Alpine, right up here,
Yeah,
I would
roughly.
say.
I mean, of course, it depends on traffic and all that, but
Yeah, time of day, traffic, anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes
okay.
plus.
Okay. I showed a picture earlier that was really striking to me because a year ago it would not have registered to me the significance of that in terms of access. I don't know if you saw it, Fire Marshal, but a 14.5-foot wide road with a culvert and overhanging vegetation and power lines, and it made me wonder if if you'd be willing to take 2 or 3 hours, possibly along with an operational battalion chief, and take us on a teaching field trip and take us around and show us, the parts of Portola Valley that you are concerned about, and educate us about what it is you're seeing, how fire would behave, what it is you see in the landscape that concerns you, or the access. I've learned a lot over the last year, but I'm very aware that there's a lot I don't know, and I think that would be very helpful. It would be helpful for me. I think the committee would benefit, and it would help us make informed decisions. Is that something that you think we could make happen?
Absolutely. I can do that for you.
I'd be delighted to organize the logistics. If the committee leadership approves, I would do that. And if not, we could do it outside the committee. But I think that'd be great. Thank you.
We have to plan for it, but yeah, that's not a problem.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, good. Thanks, Bob. All right. Sarah, your hand is up. Do you have another question? No. Okay, thanks. Nicholas Tarr, go ahead. Just unmute, please.
There
There
you
go.
As per usual, there's one out of many this time. So this has been super helpful. I guess I've got a couple of questions. And Fire Marshal, you had mentioned that there are areas in town that were unmapped, but perhaps should be mapped. Given the application of, Section 7 to the town as a whole, is there much that we would expect to change?
Yes, I think so. Yes. I think, yeah, a good portion of what we were looking at on the maps earlier that Zeke was showing us, where we have alpine hills, 30 and 40% slope with the vegetation and the canopy cover over that landscape.
Mm-hmm.
There's numerous areas over in there that I would suspect would be very high fire severity zone.
Sure. So if it were designated as a high fire severity zone, what might we expect to see different in the code than we see right now?
Well, we would, for one thing, we would be able to apply the state minimum fire safe regulations to those areas.
And those are different than the Section 7?
What, I'm not sure what you're referring to with section 7. What section 7 is?
Chapter
building
7A, I believe.
Oh, chapter 7A. Yeah. Yeah, they're different than chapter 7A. Chapter 7A doesn't refer to separation distances between buildings. The state fire minimum regulations do. They also talk about adopting the maps. And there's other criteria in the state regulations that go beyond what chapter 7A requires.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Thank you. I appreciate that. To the planning director, there are a variety of things that we've heard this evening.
Seems like we're having technical difficulties with Nicholas. Nicholas, we're not able to hear you right now. I'm going to move to Bob Turcott and then come back to you if we can. Bob, go ahead.
I apologize. I have one more question.
Yeah.
And Nicholas, I'd suggest shutting off your video. That might help with your with the capacity. The question I had, Fire Marshal Bullard, was I understood you to say that maybe this was me projecting. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood you to say that you would expect the very high fire hazard severity zones map now to extend over a greater area than what was found back in 2008 by Woodside Fire and Moritz. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Can we view, again, I feel at a loss to make decisions without data, but we've got Moritz's analysis showing very high fire hazard severity zones throughout Portola Valley, and Woodside Fire Protection District did another its own analysis. Both of these were second generation analyses as opposed to Cal Fire's. They were field verified. I don't think anyone would think that this overestimates the hazard now in 2022. Would it be reasonable for us to use these as reference, given that we lack any, we lack any other map that the maps are underway now? They won't be done until the end of this year.
I'm comfortable using it as a reference, but that's not my call. I'm not the person that makes that call.
I guess my question to you is, in your professional judgment, is there a downside to us using this? Is this going to mislead us? I think we need to recognize that this probably underestimates, but it's not going to overestimate the hazard that we see probably. Is that?
No, it's not going to overestimate it. No.
Okay.
That's my opinion. My opinion, those maps were done by a professional, boots on the ground. He walked it, he looked at it, and I think he's very competent. And I think that it's not going to overestimate it. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, Nicholas, go ahead.
All right, I may be back, and hopefully I'll stay where I am here.
Now you're sounding here.
So the question that I have is for the planning director, and that is, there are a handful of things that sound like they are slightly over the horizon on a different pace than we're on right now. There's a section of the housing element dealing with both constraints and also dealing with the policies and goals and programs. It seems like there would be a good opportunity to integrate the recommendations that we've heard and the further planning and programs that would come out of the fire marshal's studies and plans that it's putting together. I just took a quick opportunity to look at the draft housing element from Paradise, which is available online, and I recommend it to this group. And it looks like they've taken a similar approach. Have we considered, or is there an appropriate point in this planning process that is set aside to look at the goals and policies and programs where these kinds of issues might appropriately reside?
Thank you for the question. Yes, definitely. So as we were developing materials for this meeting, we're listening closely, our consultants are listening closely to where things may fall into different buckets and where the discussion is most appropriately had. So we certainly plan on having a detailed discussion about policies and programs in particular. And we know that there are shortcomings to trying to do this work right now when we don't have as much information as we would all like. So we need to do the best job that we can with the information that we have. We're going to anticipate additional information that's coming. And then we want to write policies and programs with community feedback through this committee to capture those things that we know we're going to be doing in the future. And some of them we might already be starting with. So maybe this mapping that we're talking about, you can think of as a program of the housing element or of the safety element, but we're going to start it early because we know it's important. We're not going to wait until all of the, these elements are adopted by the council to start on some of this work. So we're trying to think about how to time all of this, but it is certainly the staff's intention that we would discuss policies and programs, and that fire resiliency using the Paradise model and others would be important examples for us to talk about.
And similarly, if I can ask a follow-up, we would be looking at issues of fire and for earthquake, for that matter, landslide, safety in the constraints section of the housing element as well as sort of vulnerable, weak infrastructure.
We haven't gotten to that level of detail of exactly where it would live, but it's certainly an appropriate suggestion that we'll look at more closely and be able to transmit to the committee in upcoming meetings. It's a great suggestion.
That sounds great. Again, just looking at the housing element, draft housing element, Paradise, it might serve as a useful point of departure.
Thanks.
Good idea. Thank you. Okay. I think looks like we've gone through committee questions. We'll turn it now to the community for questions. Mac Irvin, you've been very patient. Go ahead.
Two questions for Zeke, please. First, did your drive around, walk around include getting through Portola Valley Ranch? And if for any reason it didn't, we invite you to make a return trip and we'll walk around with you. Second is, having followed your coverage of Dixie and Caldor, and with the ranch being owner of a pretty significant undeveloped piece of property in the Coal Mine Ridge Nature Preserve, I noticed an advocacy on your part for controlled burns and a reporting through both the courses of those fires about how the new fire event ran into, admittedly, mostly in Forest Service land, prior controlled burns that had gotten a little bit out of hand. So the question is, do you see a role for controlled burns in the resiliency work for town of Portola Valley writ large?
Okay, so I'm sharing a map here to your first question. The orange line is everywhere that I surveyed. So I haven't been back farther up Alpine. That's as far as I drove up Alpine. I looked at all the places where there were, houses, basically. To the second question of prescribed fire, the open space district is working on increasing their capacity for using prescribed fire. I think prescribed fire is a great thing if you can integrate it into your general land management. So you're meeting multiple objectives. And so if you've got grasslands you're managing for native species, burning there is great. So yes, I'm an advocate of prescribed fire wherever we can do it. If nothing else, so people can see how it works and get to know fire on more familiar terms. So yes, there are opportunities to use prescribed fire, and it also includes burning piles. I haven't worked in your part of the world enough to know how much work it's going to be to deal with smoke management and air quality. Right now we're doing a lot of burning in the Kincaid fire footprint in Sonoma County, doing post-fire restoration on vineyard properties. So pile burning is part of that. You know, when we're talking about cleaning up after sudden oak death, it doesn't mean we have to haul the logs to a road and ship them. You know, we can lop things and pile them and burn them. Pile burning is great because you can stack up the wood and cover it and come back after it's rained and burn with really low hazard of escape. But yes, fire is the answer in many places.
Okay.
One other place that emerged as, you know, that's come up also is that Jasper Ridge property. If it's being managed as an ecological preserve, there's surely a need for fire in these grasslands. One of the problems with trying to burn for fuel reduction specifically is just that you often have to burn when it's really dry if you want to consume the fuel. And that's the time where people are generally least comfortable with putting fire on the ground. But we're looking at there's fires, part of the management plan that's just been put out for Jasper Ridge. I haven't reviewed that yet, but that's part of the puzzle here with looking at the kind of regional picture. And that's something that a CWPP would be looking at too, is where would you prioritize projects on a large piece of land like this, and what would the combination of treatments be?
I'd love to get into a discussion with that, but tonight's not the time.
Okay. We've got about 6 questions here from the community, and then we're going to move to the last item, which is a quick one. Karen, go ahead.
Hi, this is a question for Zeke, and I wanted to say thank you for your YouTube videos. I've enjoyed them. When I was a member of the wildfire committee, we explored fuel breaks, and they're challenging because they cross multiple boundaries, multiple owners, et cetera. And you've talked about winds from the north, and I was wondering if Jasper Ridge, could there be a nice fuel break along that line, the southern border of Jasper Ridge where you're just showing, that would help protect West Ridge? Would that be a possibility? Or are there any other places where you see some nice shaded fuel breaks that we could potentially develop over the years?
Well, fuel breaks are difficult. You do them once and then they start growing back immediately. And it's a long-term commitment. And on the days when the fires are kind of at their most potent, the fuel breaks usually don't buy you much, because fires on our worst days are driven by long-range spotting. And so unless your fuel break is a mile wide, it doesn't really buy you anything. And the other thing is that fuel breaks don't really stop fires. They give firefighters a chance to engage them under more favorable conditions. So, but unless you have the resources available to take advantage of the fuel break, you might hold it on one spot and it might cross it in another. So I think the best reason to do a fuel break is to create an opportunity to use prescribed burning or other landscape scale tools to treat a whole area. But fuel breaks generally are better suited to timber and less suited to chamise and coastal scrub. So I think I encourage people to focus more on the asset they want to protect, which in this case would be all the homes along the margin of the community, and less on a linear type of treatment.
Okay, thank you, Zeke. Christy Corley, you got a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Zeke, for your presentation, and Dawn. Zeke, you're saying a lot of things that only 33 residents are hearing right now. And I too would love to see a write-up and report so our community, 4,000, people could read your report, since you have a lot of input and knowledge over the years. So I too would like to see that. Wondering your perception of fire cameras, or I don't know the correct word, but as you know, the Sierras have quite a few. And if you were to look at our area up on Skyline, and do you think that we have enough? And is that also a recommendation where a camera could be looking directly at our Portola Valley, our area of Woodside, Portola Valley, and Los Altos Hills, which is also a big foothills park that we connect with? I see a lot of dry timber there as I drive to that park. And I liked your idea of, pile burning, as you call it, and getting rid of this stuff, this fuel. So I guess my other question might be for Dawn on infrastructure. I'm concerned about infrastructure, obviously water, I brought it up before. Should we, as Portola Valley, be doing an EIR on water pressure, pipe diameter, strength of the fire hydrants before we start adding housing, so we know where we are now and we can then build it out to what it needs to be in the future? It just seems like we could be doing something towards that as this is getting developed, rather than have these applications and be ready to build and realize we might have a problem, and what do we do about it? I do notice that Stanford is doing that. They were measuring something out on Sand Hill Road, and they were looking at pressures out there, maybe for their property out there. But how could we do a
Jump
better
to
job?
Dawn now. Yeah, Don, why don't you go ahead and answer the question about
Yeah,
water?
no, so I think for most of our fire district and in Portola Valley, we have good water systems. And it was just but we do have areas that we don't. And so my caution is that when you're choosing your sites, we need to think about and look into, and we would check with Cal Water to see what kind of pressures, what kind of water we have in those areas, to make sure that we're going to be able to meet the requirements for that building in that area. I think for the most part, though, we do have good water systems. Cal Water has a good system out here, but just be cautious that there are areas that we would need to look into if you're thinking about it for a site location, to make sure that we check that box and make sure that we're going to have good water.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. Thanks, Christy. Robert Young, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Fire Marshal Bullard and Zeke for just superb presentations tonight. They really crystallized a lot of things. Zeke, I had one specific question primarily for you. You identified that a lot of the hazardous slopes that we have in the valley are on the eastern slope, Golden Hills, and in that area along Alpine Road. We discussed tonight, or you discussed tonight, the hazards of having buildings at the top of hillsides. Is there, and since you suggested that the good place to do a lot of the more dense building would be along Alpine Road, is there a hazard of placing buildings at the bottom of slopes, the eastern slopes, which are, as you've shown in your wonderful diagram here, are some of the steeper, more hazardous slopes? Are there areas that should be excluded along Alpine Road because they are at the bottoms of steep slopes or canyons? Thank you.
I think those are places that you can mitigate if there's a hazard of, increased hazard of ignition because there's more people there, usually you can mitigate that with mowing and code enforcement. And that you're probably better off than having it just be tall grass in a vacant lot, to actually have, a parking lot and landscape grounds and green grass and access for fire equipment. So I think, generally the bottom of the slope is the best place to put people and infrastructure.
Great, thank you. I need to get back to the list of participants.
Oh, let me get out of here.
I like your maps. They're very impressive. All right, Rusty Day, go ahead.
I have several questions which I will present and then just take the answers off. The first one is to both Zeke and Fire Marshal Bullard. Are you familiar with the Moritz fire hazard assessment that was done in the map that he did? And if you are, do you agree with his depiction of the locations and extent of highest hazard fire areas in town? That's one question. Another question for Zeke. You identify the corridors as optimal places for development. Have you factored into your consideration the location of faults in town, like the San Andreas Fault, which runs all along Portola Road, or the two faults that cross Alpine Road? Do you know where they're located?
No, I have not, and I'm not.
Okay, the third question and the fourth question go to Fire Marshal Bullard. Don, you were asked a question about whether the state's minimum fire safe development regulations differ from Chapter 7A building code. And I'm curious, the regulations address things such as road access, driveways, curves, slopes, water supply, signage, all the development aspects that go into designing and creating subdivisions, including minimum setbacks. In other words, minimum lot sizes for a setback. So my first question is, why do California's minimum fire safe regulations require 30-foot setbacks on all sides? Why do they require that? And my second question is, if we are planning new subdivisions, new developments, where we're going to take land and subdivide it and develop it, shouldn't we be applying the 30-foot setback that California regulations require in designing those lots and approving those development maps? Thank you.
Okay, for your first question, the Moritz map, I am familiar with it, and I do agree with it. I do agree that there are more higher hazard areas than what the 2008 CAL FIRE maps depict. And then as for your third and fourth question, why do they have the 30-foot setbacks? And that is so that they can create separation between structures due to the potential radiant heat, enthalpy between structures. And I don't know how they fell on the number of 30 feet, because that, I mean, I know they've done, research and post-fire analysis, and they've come up with 60 feet. They've come up with separation. But I liken it to the pandemic. It's wildfire is like the pandemic. Wildfire knows no boundaries. It'll spread. The pandemic spreads. They had to come up with a standard of separation between people, and they landed on 6 feet. I don't think they opened up a book and said, okay, well, when you have this happen, 6 feet is the magic number, and that's where we're going to land. They had to come up with a standard, and they had to come up with something to start with. And it's the same thing with wildfire. I do believe that we need to have separation of structures for the same reason, because of radiant heat. It's very dangerous. It's a real thing. It happens. And so landing on what's that magic number going to be that we're going to separate these structures, 30 feet seems to be something that is more familiar, and I keep hearing the number over and over again. And I think that with CAL FIRE landing on that 30-foot separation with their minimum fire safe regulations, it's a good place to start. And then as we get, as NIST and IBHS finishes their experiments, if they come up with a different number, we can look at it at that point in time. But the reason I like the minimum state regulations of 30 feet is because it is practical in a number of areas in our fire district. And in the areas that 30 feet is not practical, we can fall back on other mitigation measures and options that they give us and try to incorporate it into the safest situation possible. And so that's my take on the 30-foot of separation.
Good. That's really helpful, Don. Thanks. And then Zeke, you had a couple of questions that came to you too from Rusty.
Yeah, I'm looking at Max's Max Moritz map, and I think it's good. He's, I think, likely spent more time on the ground than I have, but it's 13 years old. And I think if I was going to draw the red circles on the map, my map would have more red on it than his.
Okay.
Can I speak to one question that was posed towards Zeke? Zeke has particular expertise that he's bringing to the process, so he wouldn't necessarily be looking at the faults. We have other professionals that are looking at those elements, and we're trying to bring those things together, and we'll bring those different maps together for the committee to consider. So Zeke's speaking to his specialty tonight. We're not asking him to speak to other people's specialties.
Great, thanks. Okay.
Jocelyn, can I clarify one quick thing just to follow up on Rusty's questions?
Absolutely.
Don, I think you said this. I just want to make sure I got this right. The CAL FIRE regulations do call for 30-foot separation, but they also call for mitigation, like you're saying. I mean, they recognize that a 30-foot separation is not possible on every property, so they do in fact call for mitigations. So it's 30 feet is ideal. Failing 30 feet, you then do other things to address that spread between buildings. Is that's what actually is?
And in addition, yes, that is correct. And in addition to that, that only applies in the very high fire severity zones only.
Okay. I'll come back to that with you later. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, great. Karen Askey, go ahead.
Hi, and I apologize if this question isn't at the right time, but first of all, I really appreciated both presentations by Zeke and Don. They were very informative, very eye-opening. And when I saw Zeke's maps and I heard him say that he's concerned because the fires are going to come from the east to the west, it sort of opened my eyes to what if we can't get out on Alpine Road because the fires are coming that way. And Laura, this may be a question for you, is in the evacuation plan, of which I'm completely naive, are we looking at if we lose a main artery, what we're doing? I just wanted to throw that out as something I would love to see, is just to plan for the worst if we were to lose a major artery. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on to Ron Eastman.
I'm sorry, Jocelyn, this is Jeremy. Did you want me to answer Karen's question?
Oh, sure.
Hi, Karen, it's Jeremy. The evacuation plan's primary, well, it has three purposes. One is related to state law requirements that I won't bore the details with you on. Secondly, the report is looking at how long it takes to leave the town under different scenarios, and the scenarios are stress tests to the road network. So the idea is to turn roads on and off depending on a kind of fire event. So it's a little less about where a fire may come from and a little bit more about how a fire affects particular roads. And the third component, which I think is pretty important as well, is related to whether or not there's capacity opportunities, both within town, and I've asked the consultant to take a look at outside of town. I hope that helps. And thank you, Jocelyn.
Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, Ron Eastman, you're up.
Yeah, hi, I have a question for Mr. Lunder. Thank you for your presentation. It was very informative. You seem like you are focusing on Santa Ana winds blowing the fire to the west, or Mount Diablo winds, as we call it here. And but the CZU complex fire was a dry lightning fire. And we have similar weather patterns on this side of the ridge, and are just as susceptible to lightning strikes. And I'm wondering, so I'm wondering, are you aware of any modeling tools that could be brought to bear on the study of like you know, how fire might spread if there was a lightning strike in different parts of town? Because that would be really useful for analyzing you know, various scenarios on how a fire could spread. And that kind of, I guess I believe you're right, you know, that the August 2020 fire, the CZU complex, the winds were coming from the north, and even though did serve to drive the fire away from us, even though it was very close.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, regarding modeling, I just want to show you real quick. We're doing some modeling for the city of Chico, and we built what we call a fire behavior model and a fuel model based on the LiDAR that was used to show. I showed you that Google map where it had all the detailed trees. So we can turn that vegetation data into inputs for fire behavior models that we run. And then that can show a flow path of a fire started here, how it would spread, say, through, you know, Bidwell Park and Chico. So what we're doing in Chico is we're designating in the urban area. It's just every time there's a fire in Boulder that burns 1,000 homes in a neighborhood, or a Tubbs fire that burns into a neighborhood, it's kind of reinvented our way of looking at how we view the urban interface, right? Like, I live in town, and you wouldn't drive in my neighborhood and think that I was in the urban interface. But when we look at the actual continuity between the vegetation and the landscaping in people's yards, you know, we can start to see these pathways for a grass fire to move in deep into the heart of the city. You know, this blue is the campfire that burned Paradise. And the only reason it didn't keep going into Chico is because the wind stopped blowing. So we're using this modeling to look at kind of weak spots in the perimeter of the town where a fire could actually penetrate into the neighborhoods. And then we're targeting those areas for code enforcement and outreach and education. So yes, the modeling's coming along. We're kind of having to reinvent it as things like the Boulder fire kind of change our understanding of what is now reality.
How do we get such a study done for Portola Valley?
You hire us, and we'll do it for you. We'll bring our expertise. So we'd like to plug in with Woodside as they go into their CWPP process and do the same work that we're doing here in Chico on your landscape.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
And when we were talking earlier, I mentioned that we were considering some additional mapping and modeling. This is the work we were going to work with the fire district to see if Zeke could do that work for us. This is what I was talking about.
Oh, very good. I hope it can be done soon.
Yeah, me too.
That's my plan.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Ron. Good questions, and thank you, Zeke. Okay, let's see. I see a hand for Allison Illich. Apologize if I'm mispronouncing name.
That's okay. It's Allison Illick.
Illick.
Guys, first of all, this information tonight and this exchange is just, you guys, it's been great. I am learning so much. And yeah, it's just great to have this opportunity to ask these questions of everybody and go back and forth. I'm kind of following up. I'm a little bit in the same camp with Sarah, who asked earlier, kind of what's up with the maps. And you know, my understanding is that we're going to get to a really good place in 2023 where we have a lot of updated information and it's going to be terrific. But I know that we're all concerned about what we do in the meantime. And there are decisions to be made, the housing element, for one, about what we do with development in the meantime. So I'm looking at the maps that we have, and I heard this is a question for Fire Marshal Bullard, that the maps that you have, the Moritz map and what Woodside Fire Protection District did back in 2008 through your predecessor, you said that you were comfortable using them as a reference. Perhaps we could use those maps right now, but you also said it was not your call. Whose call is it? Does anyone know? Laura or someone on the council or Don?
Well, good question.
You want me to take a stab at this?
Yeah, you want to take a stab at that? That's a good question. I'm a little lost
Okay,
there.
so,
Whose call is it?
So the council made a series of decisions when the old CAL FIRE maps came out based on feedback from the community and all the considerations they were thinking about at the time. And the council at that time did not adopt the CAL FIRE maps. They did a couple of things instead. They adopted Chapter 7A of the building code that Susan was referring to as the WUI code. They adopted that town-wide. At that time, that was the main thing, that calling something an area of very high severity zone, that was the main impact, was having to implement Chapter 7A. So by implementing Chapter 7A, they achieved kind of the main goal that other cities achieved by adopting the very high severity fire maps at the time. The world has continued to evolve in all the ways that we're talking about. The town also commissioned and did the work that people are referring to as the Moritz map, and that was related specifically to vegetation. So different types of fire maps consider different types of things together, and our ability to layer that information and understand the interconnectedness between them has really evolved since the Moritz map was done. And so the type of mapping and modeling that Zeke does today goes far beyond what we even could have imagined at the time that those decisions were made. So it rests with the town council to take an action such as adopting the very high fire severity zone map. So they did not take that action last time around. In terms of this process that we're in, it's being driven by the council subcommittee, council members Warnikoff and Alves, in combination with staff. So myself, my team, the town manager, and based on the professional recommendations of the professionals that we're working with that are experts in different fields. So we're trying to bring all of those things together to bring the best information to this committee to be able to make recommendations. So that was my description. I'd be happy to have the council members weigh in on that as well.
Sarah and Jeff, you want to add anything?
I think the only thing that I would add is that was exactly kind of, thank you, Laura, very much for the history and describing the differences between the maps and the differences between the technology that we have as Zika showed us now versus, in 2008. That, Allison, your question was exactly my line of questioning and what I thought I heard is that, Woodside Fire Protection District, that their process, which I think is incredibly important, is something that we need to go through. And so that's one path that's happening to get to the actual formal process. Then what I heard is in the interim, we're going to figure out, we are going to use guidance from Zeke to help us inform the housing element process, essentially. And Laura, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's kind of my understanding of what we're going to do in the interim. It won't be an official adopting of maps, because that needs to happen within the process that Don Bullard described. But for informing the housing element, we'll take advantage of this great new technology in Zeke's maps. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. I would only add that we also would refer to the Woodside Fire Protection District for their recommendations. So both theirs and Zeke's in the interim.
Of course. Sorry. Yes, I figure that's always.
I kind of look at the three maps as a first generation being the CAL FIRE maps. Second generation, where there was a little bit more effort and a little bit more time put into it by Moritz. And then, of course, the Cadillac and the third generation, of which I would prefer to have, would be what Zeke would do for us. And that could do a lot of things for us. It brings us up to date to today's standards. It also, amongst other things that it'll do for us, it also tells us, like Zeke said earlier, where you can do worthy mitigation work that's going to make a difference too. You can look at those maps and decide where those areas are, as opposed to just looking at a canyon and go, okay, well, that doesn't look good. Let's go in there and do some work. But the problem is you can't access it. You can't get equipment in there. And so there may be other areas depicted by a map like that where we know we can go in and do some worthy work that would make a difference. So things like that is what I'm looking for.
Thank you, Don. Jeff, do you want to jump in? Or Sarah, what got one last point you want to make?
Well, I'm sorry I'm talking so much, but I just want to, just because I talk to so many community members and there's often confusion. So I want to just draw a really bright line here that so everybody is on the same page that's hearing this. Is my understanding is the formal process of adopting maps is still going to go through what Don described with, sorry, I'm losing my acronyms here, but
CWPP.
CWPP.
So that's the formal process of, and the outcome of that will be adopting maps. In the interim, it's kind of using the resources that we have available to help us inform the housing element committee. I just want to be clear about the differences there.
Well, I think we can potentially adopt maps before we complete the CWPP. It's just that a portion of that process of doing the CWPP recommends that you map your district. So if the mapping's done, we just use it.
Okay.
Yeah, I just, the one thing I'd add is yes, I suspect, I mean, in 2009, I actually just went back and pulled the minutes from those meetings, and the council didn't adopt the maps in part because, well, largely because there was a lot of public opposition at the time to adopting the maps for a few reasons, and they had a viable alternative, which was to simply apply 7A, Chapter 7A across the town. That was actually, in some ways, was above and beyond what CAL FIRE was asking for at the time. I think this time around, we'll almost, I imagine that we will in fact adopt these maps once they're available, once we have something that we're comfortable with. There's still, I suppose, a question of what we do in both the high fire and the very high fire severity zones. There's the CAL FIRE guidance, but for example, Paradise is entirely very high fire severity zone, but they still have to plan for 371 new homes. We may, even with expanded very high fire severity zones, we may have to make some difficult decisions about places where we build. Obviously, the first choice would be to avoid the very high fire altogether. It's adoption of the maps is not sort of the end of a conversation; it's the beginning of another one. That's just all I want to add there.
Can I make a point?
Yes, Bob, go ahead.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I just wanted to make a point that the formal legal designation of these maps, to my thinking, is a separate issue than what this committee is charged with. We're charged with making recommendations about where to develop. We should avail ourselves of any data that's good. even if it's old. And so those second generation maps of Woodside Fire Protection and the Moritz were field validated, field verified maps that were done. We should make use of that data. I think it would be a mistake to go forward not using that. Now, what gets legally designated and when, that's kind of a separate issue to my thinking.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
and my recommendations are informed by Moritz, right? Like I'm looking at his stuff, I'm comparing it to my notes, and I took a couple of thousand. I ran a dash cam and took a couple of thousand georeference photos as I surveyed. So those orange lines on the map, they're not just me driving around with my Walkman on. Like we've got pretty good data on, and we've got mapping of the points that were of interest. So I'd say it is being considered. We're considering all available data.
But my point is that this committee hasn't seen it. So what I'm suggesting is that it would be useful for this committee to be informed of that data. And of course, whatever data analysis you provide as well.
It's no problem in providing it. If the committee finds it to be useful, we'd be happy to provide it.
Okay. Back to the community. We've got 4 hands up, I guess. We're getting there. Ellen Vernazza, go ahead.
Hi, my question is for Fire Marshal Bullard. I just want to know, they're talking about 20 units on 1 acre. Now, would you be comfortable yourself with the amount of danger and risk from the radiant heat, from the amount of fuel that would be in a 20 unit, 3 to 4 story building, plus 20 to 40 cars on 1 acre? And especially on a main evacuation route like Alpine Road?
Well, it would depend on where that 1 acre is and what's the surrounding mitigation that went into that development too as well. So I could potentially be comfortable with a building depending on the location. If the location provided the necessary safety, then yeah, but there's other locations where I would have to say, no, I wouldn't be comfortable with it there. So I guess I would have to say it's dependent on the location.
Okay. And the grasslands that are, say they're talking about the Nathorst Triangle, putting a lot there. The grasslands that are directly across the street that go for miles. The Santa Rosa fire, my sister's house burnt down there, and it was exactly the same rolling hills, grasslands, oaks, where their areas burnt down. So do you not consider the grasslands on the east side of Alpine Road as being a dangerous wildfire area? Should it be coming from, Los Altos Hills or Palo Alto Hills?
No, I mean, you have to consider it dangerous, but what are the mitigation measures that you're putting into place? They're not dangerous during this time of year.
Oh, right.
But during fire season, you have to mitigate it. You have to mow it. It has to be, you have to put your defensible space measures in place. And
but they can't mow miles of grasslands, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, they can. It's dependent on property, locations, whether or not the defensible space ordinances are enforceable in those areas. But yeah, potentially you can. And then again, you're putting a building and cement and a lot of other measures in place on the property that aren't there now. There's just a lot of variables. We don't get the winds that they get up in Santa Rosa down here, typically. Weather patterns are different. And, there's too many variables. You have to look at the whole big picture.
Okay.
That's a great message, Don, just for all of us to remember on this. Okay, David Cardinal, you're up next from the community.
Sure. First of all, Zeke's experience is very impressive, but a couple quick comments. One is I don't appreciate anyone who is under contract with the town using these meetings to make an advertisement and to say, oh, you should hire us. I don't think that's appropriate. Second,
let me apologize. I'm sorry that I did that.
Okay, thanks. Second, I think we have a fire planning tool in form of Zone Haven that the fire department, our district has access to, the county emergency has access to, and Jeremy does. Now, it's not maybe the world's best, and it might not be as good as what Zeke and his company can offer. But I do think it's not like we're unprepared or nobody's thought about this. So to make sure that we're comparing what we have with what we could have, not, oh, gee, this is the first time we've thought of having a tool to estimate where the fire is going to go. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Bob Adams. Go ahead.
Yes. I think everybody knows that I've asked for a townwide meeting. This is the best example of what a townwide meeting can do, I think, for all of us. I wish everybody would be on this call. I'm sorry that it's been 4 hours long, but this is the best conversation I have seen on the topic, and I think lots of things are being aired politely, frankly, fairly. So I thank you for giving this opportunity to all of us, and I hope you'll give it to the whole town.
Bob, thank you. Well, I hope the town participates in these meetings. And anybody who wants, go ahead and post on forum. Participate in Housing Element Committee meetings because it's a positive experience. All right, Dale, go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thanks, Dawn. Thanks, Zeke. I really appreciate your presentations tonight. My question is particularly for Zeke. Looking at the information that, or the preliminary stuff you're doing with Chico, I was quite taken by the fact that the fire appeared to move down in some corridors, either riparian corridors or corridors that were sort of flattish down from the hill through into the center of the communities. And to me, that struck me as looking almost exactly like our Alpine Road corridor that was, at least on one side, highly brushed and fairly flat. So if we get a western or an easterly wind, which I've always thought would be the most logical wind, could it come down that Alpine Road corridor?
That was a question for
Yeah,
Zeke.
yeah, I heard. I'm just
Yeah.
my brain is kind of turned to mush. Yeah, well, fires like to follow natural features. The fire slope often overpowers wind when it comes to how fires move. So in my experience, it's pretty rare to see a fire just burn straight 20 miles up a canyon or even a couple miles up a canyon. Fires tend to run up the slopes out of the canyons and then kind of back their way down and run up the slope again. You know, I haven't spent a lot of time looking at or modeling Alpine Road, so I couldn't really, give you a very informed answer on that.
That's fair. Thank you. Okay, hold on a second. I jotted down. Oh, where is that?
Dale, I think the more likely scenario would be not that it would be coming from the west and coming into those corridors, but coming from the east and traveling up into town through little corridors and patches of vegetation that could carry it into the middle of town. That's the more likely scenario. On a day when everything is in alignment, meaning we have low humidity, high temperatures, and wind coming out of the east.
All right, great. Thanks, Don. All right, Caroline, I think you're the last question for us tonight.
Thank you very much.
Zeke, I apologize, but I hope you have a sense of frustration from the residents, especially those who have been here since, what, more than 30 years, and who have been trying to advocate for this issue. So I was hoping that you would make your maps available and hopefully your contact address so we can fill you in with all the concerns we actually have been submitting to council. In regards to some comments that were made that the mayor only has heard from one person, I'm sorry, but after a certain time, people give up. We're all very busy. And if our voices are not being heard, we have other things to do, especially during COVID. So really, this was very constructive. We don't want little groups, meeting in little groups. That has been done, through town council and their friends. We want the whole community to be involved. And we have plenty of area. We can do it at town hall. We can set 2 dates so everybody can be heard. I appreciate it, but I hope Zeke will give us all his information and his contact information as well, so we can give him all the updates. What has happened in town, in Portola Valley, and what we can do to get progress. So thank you very much.
So I think maybe Laura, Jeff, Sarah, you can work together to, think about how to continue to engage with the community as you've been doing. John Silver, your hand is up.
Thank you. I hope I'm unmuted.
You are unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I hesitated to say anything that would prolong an already very arduous meeting for all of you.
All right, it better be good.
Well, I'll try to make it brief, maybe make up brevity with a lack of quality.
Okay, go for it.
I just want to say that as someone who has lived in Portola Valley for well over 60 years and who's mayor 3 times, chaired a lot of meetings, and as a county planning commissioner, as chair of the county planning commission, after that, chaired a lot of county planning commissions, one going from 9 in the morning till almost 11 at night. We did get breaks for food and bathroom breaks, thank God. But democracy is really hard work. And oh my gosh, the most peaceful vacation I ever had was 2 weeks I spent in Soviet Union that was still kind of, Brezhnev was gone, but it was still his system, because I didn't have to do democracy. Democracy is hard work. And thanks to all of you who serve on this committee and members of the public who've gotten involved for doing it. But I certainly don't feel a sense of frustration. I don't accuse those who I elected to office who are good enough to volunteer to serve on our committees and commissions of not listening to me. They may not always agree with me, but I think my experience is that all of you and our town government does a great job of listening. And I only wish our country and our world were governed half as well. I think we might have a chance of making a paradise here on earth. Thank you.
Aww. That's very kind, John. What a nice way to end the meeting. Thank you. Okay, wow. Well, it's not 9 o'clock, I can say that. I want to thank everybody for participating and hanging in there tonight. This was a long meeting. It was super, super informative. Zeke and Don, you've been terrific. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and for your patience with all these questions.
Thank you.
We've learned a lot from both of you. I also just want to compliment Laura, Adrian, Jeremy, and the town staff. I mean, you guys really lined up an incredible roster of speakers tonight, and you've been just so instrumental in keeping us on track and helping us get informed. So thank you all for your hard work. And I guess We have one more item before we're gonna adjourn, and that's the approval of the minutes.
Actually, Chair Swisher, can I say one thing before we move to the minutes?
No. Yes, you can.
I want to point out that staff has done, Laura and Jeremy in particular have done a great job. Zeke, as you've all seen, is outstanding. He's very well respected. A lot of you knew who he was before he came here. Urban Planning Partners, who works with Paradise, is working with us. Fair and Peers, which is doing our evacuation studies, a very highly regarded firm. Our staff has incredible connections in the planning field, gets great people to work for us. I just want to say, I really appreciate the work that Laura and Jeremy have done in bringing in some really top-notch people. We are a small town, we don't pay as much as other communities. We've managed to get, we were punching well above our weight in terms of the quality of people we're getting here. I hope people appreciate that. So thank you.
Okay, so approval of minutes. Do we need to have somebody, what is it called? I'm so tired. I can't even think.
Can I just
There
make
we go,
a
Amy,
comment?
thank you. Do something.
I second the motion.
There we go. All right.
I'd like to make a comment. I've been, as you know, I wasn't satisfied with the earlier forms of the minutes. I want to thank the leadership for allowing more detail, and whoever on staff did the minutes, I want to thank them as well. Of course, I would love more detail, but it's now sort of an index. So if someone finds something they're interested in, they're able to get to the recording more. So I appreciate that, and I want to thank you. And I will, if it hasn't been seconded yet, then I would take that job.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, folks, have a good rest of the evening. And
Wait,
We have to
finish.
actually vote on it.
We have to finish. So I have a motion from Amy Armsby. I have a second from Andrew Pierce. We do have to take public comment.
all right, Greg, go ahead.
I have to go talk to my kids. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye, Zeke. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Greg, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just
My hand was
comment on
up.
the minutes.
Well, no, it was not. My hand was up before you closed public comment.
Oh, I didn't see you. I'm sorry.
Well, all I wanted to say was, with respect to the request for this public meeting, I would strongly recommend that we contemplate inviting our state elected representatives to be part of this process. We're, as the point has been made, we're a very small town. We have very few resources. We have a lot of common interests and challenges with respect to trying to conform with this new housing legislation, and particularly with Los Altos Hills and Woodside and ourselves. I mean, between the three communities, we're mandated to produce almost 1,100 new housing units. And we all are meeting the same challenges with where to put them with respect to, this problem with fire safety. And we have these housing laws, I believe, because our two elected representatives actually voted for them. So I think it's probably, we should use them as a resource to try and help them understand the kinds of challenges that communities like the three of ours that I've mentioned are dealing with. And, I'm just reminded that a couple of years ago, we had a wildfire workshop at Portola Valley that was hosted by Jeremy and his team, that was keynoted by Assemblyman Berman. And that was a knock it out of the park, standing room only success. So we've had our state representatives engage with our little town on this before very successfully. So given what we've heard tonight, I would sort of suggest, that the town elders think about including our elected representatives to help us navigate through this storm. Thank you.
Okay, point taken. Thank you, Greg. Okay.
And through the chair, after Helen left the meeting, she sent a correction to staff.
Mhm.
So what I would recommend is that if the motion maker is agreeable to it, to amend the motion to approve the minutes with the correction from Helen that staff would verify in the video to make sure that it's correct.
I'm happy to amend the motion.
I'll accept the amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We've taken public comment. So all of those, we have to call for all those in favor, Jocelyn, for a vote.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any nays? Okay, terrific. All right, Laura, am I allowed to close the meeting now?
Yes.
Oh, and it's
When you
9
can,
o'clock on the
yeah.
dot. Have a good night. Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks,
Bye, good night.
everyone.
Thanks,
night.
everybody.